Thank you. Once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Liberian Diaspora Forum weekly talk show. Tonight, we have the privilege of hosting Honorable David Kortie, former Lofa County Representative, former chair for ACO Party, former chairman for National Governors Commission, and a member of the Unity Party. Tonight, Honorable Kortie is calling from Liberia. He's going to speak with us about two important issues. One has to do with recent appointments made to the Liberian National Elections Commission, and the others has to do with what all of us are, or most of us are concerned about, which is the pending April 12th patch. So with that said, I will turn the floor over to Honorable David Kortie so he can begin his brief deliberation, and then shortly we'll begin entertaining your question. Honorable David Kortie, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, let me first of all say many thanks to you and to all of you who have organized this program. I'd like to make a correction first. I was a member of the Governors Reform Commission and not the chairman.
I apologize. Sorry.
So let me make thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, looking at the two major issues, I would like to first of all say thanks to the President for the appointment of Councillor Kokoya. I think the most important thing here is to find somebody who is qualified, competent, and trusted. It is not about who was in what party. In the first place, there's nobody in Liberia that is neutral. Nobody. I even said to members of the Senate the other day that if they were not going to confirm Councillor Joseph Kokoya, I was going to advise the President to appoint somebody from Guinea, Ivory Coast, or Ghana, because absolutely there's nobody in this country who is neutral. We all have some connection somewhere. Even those who do not have, who are not card-carrying members. There are people here who do not have cards. They don't carry ID cards for parties, but they are more loyal to their parties than even people who have cards. So for anybody to argue and say that because Councillor Kokoya was one time a card-carrying member, so he's not qualified to be, that's a waste of time. There's nobody in Liberia who is neutral. So he's qualified, and I want to thank God that the Senate has confirmed him. Coming to the issue concerning demonstration, let me say to you, my dear brother, after 2017, there will be a new song in Liberia, and that song will be When Mount Ellen Was President, At Least. Maybe all other things will follow. And I will tell you some of the at least. They will start to sing a song around here saying, when Mount Ellen was president, at least we used to speak freely. At least nobody jailed anybody. At least there was no political prisoner. At least we were getting paid on time. At least there was development going on. That is going to be the new song after 2017. Everybody will sing that song. What I have noticed in Liberia, this is why we're so poor in this country, even though we have a lot of resources, but we're so poor. We are poor because of ungratefulness. I read a book one time that says, the title says, Liberians are like fish in water, but yet they are thirsty. Can you imagine that? Fish in water, in the river, in the sea, but yet the fish is thirsty. So that simply means Liberia is a rich country. But we are so poor in this country because we are so ungrateful and we are so lazy and wicked to ourselves. What I'm simply saying here is this. We have gone through war for 14 years plus. Over 150,000 persons died. God has sent us an ambassador. His direct ambassador to Liberia, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. This lady who has international contact, who has made so much difference in this country. Come to Monrovia today and see something. Go to Sincar. I don't want to call them skyscrapers. We haven't reached that yet, but modern buildings have been put up because investors are not afraid anymore. What they're doing now is they're putting money in here. Go and see the streets that were broken. There are plans to have a full lane now from Freeport all the way to the red light. There's another plan to have quota from red light all the way to Ganta. Go to Tapita and see the new JFD hospital. A lot of good things are happening here. The most important one is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has maintained a peace. This is why a lot of good things are happening here today. But because of the envy, the jealousy, some people who felt that they were supposed to become ministers and didn't get there, they're going through less basic people to create trouble. But I can give them one news. I can tell them, nobody is going to run away from this country anymore. If anybody wants to demonstrate, I can only say to the government, close all borders, so that those who are hiding behind it, throwing stones, should not leave this country also. We all should stay right here. What is this? Let me say thank God for Ellen. Let me stop there. If you have another question, I can answer you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable David Kortie. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we want to apologize for the slight delay, and we want to welcome you to the Liberian Diaspora Forum weekly talk show. And may I also remind you that tonight we have two shows back-to-back. Right now we have Honorable David Kortie on, and later tonight we'll have ULA, Union of Liberian Associations in America, leadership, the Committee on Dual Citizenship will be making an appearance tonight at 8 p.m. Local time, 8 p.m. Central Minnesota time. They'll be coming to talk to us about developments made with regard to dual citizenship. But for now, we have Honorable David Kortie, and you just heard him. I want to thank him once again for staying up this late to join us from million miles away in Liberia. Obviously, you can tell his position by his brief remark. He's a strong supporter of the ruling Unity Party, Mama Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to be specific. And so if you have any question, comment, or concern at this time, as usual, please dial *61, and I'll open up your line so that you may have a say. If that doesn't work for you, you can also text your question to 612-203-3820, 612-203-3820. If that doesn't work either, by all means, you can email your question to Liberian Diaspora Forum at live.com. All of those questions will get to us, and then we will get it over to Honorable David Kortie. With that said, I got some questions here already, and we'll be taking them. I'd like to begin the questioning, though, before I go to you callers here. Keep the questions coming. Honorable David Kortie, thank you for coming again. I don't know how many times I've said that, but I'm really grateful that you honor my invitation at a very short notice to come talk to your people. So I'd like to begin by asking you, with all of the good things that you think are happening in Liberia right now, all of which I believe you like to credit Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf with, is there anything at all, and I mean anything in your mind, that is not going so well under this regime?
Well, as it is in every country, even the United States where you sit right now, there are certain things that are not going right. And those certain things are, for example, job. People are jobless. I understand you have over 23 million people in America who need jobs now. The same thing is happening here. And I can tell you, this administration cannot change everything in just 6 or 12 years. It's not possible. Where you have had war for over 14 years, you cannot have anybody, not even the angels of heaven, can change everything just in 12 years. It's not possible. But what we should be happy about is that at least efforts are being made. Development is going on. We have peace here, religious tolerance. This president is the first president in this country, in the history of Liberia, that will allow people to call her any name on any talk show without anything happening to anybody. I have been a classroom teacher for 10 years in this country. I've been a school principal for 12 years. I was a member of the National Legislature, and I've been working for 37 years altogether. And I can tell you, before Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to power, we got paid twice a year. A lot of things happen here. But this time, we're getting paid on time, and at least through the banking system. So a lot of good things are happening. So there are problems, like in any other country. We know what is happening in Cyprus today, in Greece, in Spain, and many places. So for anybody to say we are trouble-free, nothing. And I hear people talking about corruption. Oh, the government is corrupt. The government is corrupt. But I can tell you this. We will continue to talk about corruption even after Judgment Day. I want you to mark that. We will continue to talk about corruption even after Judgment Day. No matter who comes to power, corruption will still be here. I'm not encouraging corruption. All I'm saying is that this is something that is within us. It's in the marketplaces. It's in the hospitals. It's in the schools. It's everywhere. If any government comes in 2017, my friend, there will be corruption. There will be corruption even after Judgment Day. So we have problems. Nobody's going to dodge that. We got problems. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable David Kortie. So if I heard you right, in spite of all the many good things happening in Liberia, unemployment, just as it is the case in the U.S., unemployment remains an issue in Liberia. I agree with that. So with that said, I will take our first caller for the night. And folks, I'll call the last 4 digits of your phone number. I'd like you to identify yourself so our guests can have the benefit of knowing you and where you're calling from. I'll start with 1373-1373. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie.
Yes, Brother Kromah, as always, thank you for having us. This is Sayan Yawner calling from Brooklyn Park, and I would like to join you to thank our guest, Honorable Kortie, for taking up his time to be with us to give us our information. Having said that, let me say that I think it's safe to say Mr. Kortie, the honorable guest, might have seen Liberia from 2 different lenses. No one doubts his passion. He speaks very passionately about what he thinks. The ambassador and now president, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, is doing for that country. But on the other side, there will be others who might see Liberia differently. And particularly in the context of the rule of law, I will argue the only reason Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is able to maintain the peace that our honorable guest so passionate to talk about is because we have foreigners who are providing security for us. Had it been the other way around, then maybe we'll be having different discussion. But let me close by saying, why is all this hype about this demonstration? Is it because of the history of the country, April 12th? That's why this administration is trying to raise the eminent level of the demonstration, the pending demonstration. So what's all this hype? Because it's almost seems that the government is playing trick with Liberian people and trying to infuse fear and tension in the population to further suppress them from exercising their due they given constitutional right under the Liberian Constitution, Article 17. So where is all this hype coming from? Okay. Is there a real imminent danger to the demonstration that the government is so afraid, or what? What's going on?
Okay. Thank you,
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let me first of all say thanks to my good friend, I think he's at Brooklyn Park or whatever. But let me tell you something. No amount of army in the world is able to give any country any peace if the leadership of that country is not willing to make peace. We have this peace because of the president we have. I can tell you that. Even if the United Nations were to send all of the military people from New York and all the places to Liberia, if you had a president that could not condone the kind of things that are happening here today, there will be trouble still. No amount of army. That is not because of the people down there. Now, coming to the demonstration, nobody is afraid of any demonstration. We know that according to the Constitution, people have the right to demonstrate. But there are laws on the ground. You must ask for permit. The law says that you can assemble anywhere and do anything you want to do. Have any meeting, but not to overthrow the government, but you can have any meeting. But if you want to demonstrate, you must apply to the Justice Ministry for permit. The reason is very simple. Where your right starts on front, mine begins from there. I'm not going to be driving the street and a group of people come and block my way from moving because they are demonstrating. The reason why you must ask for permit is that the government must be able to give you protection so that when you are marching, all the disgruntled people will not join you and mess the whole thing up. So that when you are marching, the police will say, all right, you are supposed to pass this way and not this way. You're not going to be marching in the street and block traffic because you have right to march, because the Constitution says so. No. This is why the government says, ask for permission. They will give it to you. This government is not afraid of anything. Those who want to demonstrate, I don't know why they even chose April 12th. Do they want to scare anybody here? Oh, we got a common parable in Liberia. You can't scare baby mom. Don't bother yourself, especially the baby mom who already got 14 children. You can't scare baby mom. So choosing April 12th, you're just fooling yourself. Why April 12th? The month of April, we know in Liberia is a terrible month. Do you want to scare anybody here by choosing April 12th? You can even choose April 40. That's your business. You can't scare anybody here. Choose April 40. Thank you.
All right, Honorable David Kortie. Folks, once again, welcome to Liberian Diaspora Forum Weekly Talk Show. We have
and let me just say this quickly. I hope when I go off, people don't say I am running away from questions. I actually forgot to put more credit in this phone, and this is why I didn't know this conversation was going to go this long. I tell you, it was just a few questions you wanted to ask me. I didn't know it was in this form. So please forgive me if I go off. Maybe you will have to call me, then we'll continue the conversation. Thank you.
No. What happened is that if you do go off, I will stay here and put credit on your phone if that's okay with you.
I would be very happy.
Yeah, if you stay here, I'll actually, I'm going to start that process right now while we talk. I'm going to start the process of sending you money right now. But in the meantime, let's keep taking questions here. So, folks, if you're just joining us, please dial *61 so that we can open your line for you to have a say in this very important discussion tonight. Liberia Elections Commission and the planned demonstration of April 12th. Those are the topics under discussion tonight. Our guest is Honorable David E. Kortie. I'll take the second caller. Your last 4 digits, 6105. 6105. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie. 6105.
Oh, thank you so much for taking my question. My name is Anthony Aram Zaid, and I'm happy to have a dialogue. I'm calling from Cottage Grove right now in Minnesota.
Okay.
And I'm delighted to have a dialogue with the Honorable Kortie. He's a brother of mine. And I heard him talk a lot about development, and I'm not really here to do it on that much. But the fact that you brought it in, I'll just make a comment and then go through my question. I think the Honorable mentioned about we are being ungrateful, and that is why we are living poor. But I think there's different things I heard about why we are living poor. It's different. Mine is more scientific. Scientific is not just observation from people. A group of economists got together and did a study on 200 countries, including Liberia and the United States of America. They say we are living poor because we lack good governing. It has nothing to do with being ungrateful. Liberia is one of the richest countries on planet Earth. A country that has one of the best mountains, a country that we just recently discovered oil, a country that has the best gold. You check it out. But yet we are living poor. The reason is simple. We lack good governing, including the current government. I can tell you, I was on BBC World Service advocating for Ellen to become president when we started this 2005. I did. But whenever things are going wrong, we the citizens have to speak about it. I don't believe in violence. Nobody wants to carry violence again in Liberia. Nobody wants that. So let me go to my question. But I want us to be honest with ourselves. But the only way we can make life easier for ourselves in Liberia, if we deny that, we only see fewer people enjoying, and the rest of the masses will be struggling. What we lack of is good governing. And then we see all kinds of contracts being found for an individual because they get more benefit, leaving the masses behind. That's the comment I want to make on that issue. Honorable Kortie, what did you have set for the political campaign to start come 2014, senior senatorial position? What date do you have? And what kind of mechanism you have in place in terms of transparency? Example, tabulation of result, from the various police station or location. Will it be electronic? In other words, after you count maybe the ballot here, you just send it online like other countries do. Or you're going to transport ballots. Like what happens sometimes, some of these things get lost in the process. What kind of mechanism do you have in place in terms of transparency? And the third one is, how many polling stations you're going to have in Lofa County? And I'm talking about town, villages. How many of them you have?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let me first of all say to you that with the kind of way I'm hearing you talking, you must be one of the sound Liberians we have. And I want to urge you to come back to Liberia so that you can help us straighten some of these things. I am not a part of the Elections Commission, so I'm not going to be able to tell you how many polling centers we're going to have in Lofa. I come from Lofa County. I'm not going to tell you how many polling centers will be in Monrovia. I do not work for NEC. And when it comes to the electronic system, I hope that we can have that. We are praying that our country will be up to the level of the United States and all other Western countries to improve the system so that there can be no problem. I agree with you. You mentioned about poverty. You mentioned about good governance. Let me just tell you this. I agree with you. Because of bad governance, Liberia is poor today. But it is not during the administration of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Liberia is more than 160 years old. Because of bad governance in the past, this is why this government, this country is so backward today. Not because of the time of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. In fact, real good governance started now under this administration. And let me make something clear to you. I'm not saying this because I don't work for government. I am out of government. I've been out of government for 7 good years now. I only worked for 1 year during the administration of this president. So I don't want anybody out there to be thinking that maybe he's saying this because he wants to maintain his job. I do not work for government. I'm a private citizen. I just told you I've been in government for 37 years, and I think this is the time to be a private citizen now. So I don't work for government. But I'm telling you what I know. I was born during the Tubman time. To be specific, in 1953, May 22, right there in Lofa County. And I've been living here all this time. I hardly travel out of this country. I've been to the United States once, only for 1 week, when I went to represent the Governance Reform Commission in Maryland, Columbia, Maryland, at the All Liberian National Conference. So I haven't left this country. I traveled 17 times, but I have always lived there, so I know this country very well. I'm a Tubman born, and I know this place very well. So good governance has actually started. In the past, it was bad governance. This is why this country was looted, and some of those who looted this country are sitting right there with me in America today enjoying themselves. Some of them got houses here. All they do is to collect rent every month. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kortie. Before I take the next caller, I've just sent you some minute. I don't know if you have anywhere verifying that, but I just put $5 airtime on your minute, which is way more than enough for the duration of the show. I just did that right now online as we talk, so we should be good. You got plenty of time now. Yeah. Before I take the next caller, though,
I want to thank you.
Right. Not a problem. Yeah. Before I take the next caller, though, I noticed the question before this last question. I mean, the discussion between you and Senior Yewle when he talked about the peace. You know, if it wasn't for the foreign troop, you know, probably things would not be where they are. And you, on the other hand, argue that if it wasn't for Mama Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So the part that I like to raise with that is that. Is there anywhere between the foreign troop and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf that we can credit the Liberian people themselves? Do you think the Liberian people themselves deserve some credit for keeping the peace and not just the foreign troop, not just Ellen Johnson Sirleaf?
I agree with you, but I can tell you, everything boils down to the leader. I'm sorry that you do not monitor the local radio stations in Liberia. You are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. When you have a leader who is tolerant, who is able to accept anything, this is the first Liberian leader who is accessible and approachable. She travels to every county, every village, sit with her people. She has been to places where no Liberian leader has been before. I remember one time somebody from the opposition called her a rebel. Other people were so angry, telling the president to do something, telling the police to arrest the gentleman. All the president said, we will give him more freedom to speak. Can you imagine that? So if we had a president like, okay, let me not be quick in naming anybody, but if we had a president like some of the leaders in the past that I know, my dear brother, that person will pay the price. And maybe that will lead to something else. Now, the Liberian people can be given credit too. I agree with you. But most of the credit goes to the president. If you don't believe me, let's watch out. 2017, according to the Constitution, there's a constitutional limit of 2 terms. Madam Sirleaf is not going to succeed herself for a 3rd term. She's got only 2 terms. Let's watch and see. Let's pray and see who's coming next. And you will see whether it is because of the Liberian people. You will see whether it is because of O'Mill or the leader. If you get a leader tomorrow like David Kortie, who is going to be ready to slap anybody or jail anybody or arrest anybody or burn down printing presses because they have written something against the president, you will see whether some O'Mill or whoever is able to protect the Liberian people. Or I'm telling you, my brother, I agree. The Liberian people are part of the process in maintaining the peace, but the leader is the main person. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the next caller. The last 4 digits is 7867, 7867. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie. 7867.
Okay. How are you?
We are fine. Welcome to the Liberian Diaspora Forum. Your name, where you calling from, and your question.
Okay, Mr. Kromah, this is Honorable Musa Keita calling from Rochester, Minnesota.
Welcome, Mr. Keita.
All right. First of all, glad to have Mr. Kortie on the show as a guest. I know you'll be very, very interesting because Mr. Kortie is not only a supporter of the government, but he's also a member of the cheering squad of Madam Sirleaf, like he did in the Taylor era, which is not surprising. He sang the song for Taylor, and he can sing the song for Madam Sirleaf. However, my concern has to do with the planned demonstration on April 12. Whether it's April 15 or April 16, the planners of this demonstration choose April 12. They best know the reason. But my concern is, usually the reason why you see assembly and demonstration going crazy and ending with the loss of life and damage of properties is because of the administration. The recent comment from the Director of Police and the Minister of Defense, Mr. Brennan Samuka and Chris Masakwe, took me aback because they have in fact exacerbated the issue. The planners are saying this is now a demonstration. This is a peaceful assembly to petition the government for the ills that they have recognized in society, corruption, the 99 reasons that Madam Sirleaf was given to be elected, like Kortie wrote, that had not been upheld. There are a lot of issues, the nepotism that is ongoing. President Sirleaf's son seeking, serving 3 positions in a country where you have abject poverty of our people. Now they are saying they want to petition the government. Article 70 guarantees that. Why is it the Director of Police is coming out to challenge the assembly when it's being guaranteed under the Constitution? And Mr. Kortie can tell me if it is April 40, it doesn't matter. We don't want to know what Mr. Kortie will say. We are waiting to see whether April will be mature, like what will be demonstration of your peaceful assembly. Mr. Kortie, what the correlation between Madam Sirleaf's administration and President Sirleaf's administration when he stays singing song for the both of them? Thank you. That's my concern.
You mean Madam Sirleaf and Charles Taylor, or Madam Sirleaf, or what do you mean?
Madam Sirleaf and Charles Taylor.
Right, okay. So what's the correlation between Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration and the former President Charles Taylor? Since you filed, you were praise singer for both presidents.
Okay, thank you. You know, I love the word praise singer. It sounds so good. If siding with good things in Liberia will mean singing praises, I'm going to continue being a praise singer. Now, I was very close to President Taylor. Everybody knows that. The thing is that I normally practice what I call Christian politics. The Bible says, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee. It doesn't simply mean that it simply means that you should respect all older people, respect your leaders. No one gets the power by mistake. Nobody. President Tiller did not come here by mistake. God appointed him before he was elected. So I had an obligation to work with him. So you call that praise singing, it's up to you. Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did not become president by mistake. She was appointed by God before she was elected by the people. So I'm going to work with her. And nobody, no matter who becomes president, once you are elected by the people, even if there will be a party called Satan United Party, headed by Satan himself, once he's elected by the people of Liberia, I am going to work with him. Thank you. Now, I just want to make that clear. Calling me a praise singer, I will sing praises for them. Now, you talk about me producing 99 reasons. It was actually 100 reasons. I produced 100 reasons why Ellen should be reelected. And you said nothing has been done. That's not true. Most of them have been done. I talk about road construction, debt waiver, free press, freedom of speech, tolerance, religious tolerance. All of these things are happening. Peace for the people. It's all happening. So if you say nothing has happened, that's not true. You asked about the difference between Mr. Tiller and Madam Sirleaf. One is a man and one is a woman. But both were leaders for Liberia, and they did their very best. I will continue to praise Mr. Tiller. He was a good president. The reason why he was bad was because, the reason why he did certain things was because when he became president, just after a few months, some of you sitting up there in America bought guns and gave it to people to fight him. You brought in Lord and Modell, and you didn't expect Mr. Tiller to fold his arms and allow people to shoot him in the mansion. He will fight back. So I praise Mr. Tiller for that. You make me president, my friend, I will do the same thing. So the difference between Mr. Tiller and President Sirleaf is that one is a man and one is a woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kortie. Just so we are on the same page, former Liberian President Charles Tiller is in The Hague now for anything that he did in Liberia, not for any fighting, and not for any, resistance or any fighting at the margin, or for things he did in Sierra Leone. That's what we know. Anyway, I'll take the next caller here. 6377. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable David Kortie, 6377.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Amarakita. I'm calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kortie, for coming to the show. As I listen to Honorable Man, Mr. Kortie, and for some of us, I can say, that live in Liberia, and I saw the three sides of Mr. Kortie, and this is really an interesting encounter with Mr. Kortie tonight. I think what baffled me in this whole presentation is the way the honorable man attempts to present himself. I think when you are speaking to a group of intelligent people, I think there's ways how you can better frame issues. Okay, talking about whether Satan would do this, Liberia are ungrateful. I think coming from someone like Mr. Kortie, this is something that to me is not expected of a politician like him. But that's not besides the point. What I'm saying is that he has spoken a lot about the good governance that is occurring today in Liberia. Of course, many of us do see things. We cannot say everything is bad, because to do so would be like we are not seeing the reality on the ground. But also, everything is not rosy as we do here, and also see for ourselves and also communicate with our people in Liberia. Madam Sirleaf has been in office for almost 7 years, going to the 8 years now. And when we talk about good governance, I think the election of representative and the president are themselves part of the governing process. What is Mr. Kortie's view with respect to having election conductor for mayors in counties for cities. I mean, these are the bedrock of democracy. But to have a whole 6 years elapsed, nothing of that was done, and you are talking about good governance. I mean, to me, it's a mockery of democracy. So, again, another point, talking about corruption, that Liberia, even America, I mean, corruption will happen as long as we live. Recently, I don't know, is Mr. Kortie aware about any ongoing investigation involving Mr. The son of the president? I mean, yes, Adam Seyu. Is he aware? Has he been informed about a pending investigation or an ongoing investigation involving the son of the president in the tune of $2.5 billion? Are you really aware of that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kortie?
President Sully has 4 sons.
So when are we going to start electing mayors, perhaps superintendents?
Okay, you want me to begin with that?
No, it's your choice. I'm just reminding, it's your choice. Yeah.
Okay, now I will come to that. Okay. He said, as what I'm aware, as to whether President Sully's son is going through some investigation. Now, he needs to tell me which of the sons. She has 4 children. All 4 are men. I don't know which one you're talking about. So I'm not aware of any of the sons being investigated for anything. Now, coming to the issue about electing mayors and this and that, some of these things are having some financial constraints. I can tell you that. Everything cannot be done in one day. I don't know the real reason. I cannot answer to that. I'm not in government. I'm not at the internal affairs. I cannot tell you exactly why that has not been done. But there are some financial constraints. Remember, too, you have people at the legislature. You elected people. When I say you are a Liberian. Whether you are here or not, you are a Liberian. You have people at the legislature who should be speaking on your behalf about these things. If they themselves are not talking about it, it means that something is wrong somewhere. Not anything negative, something is wrong somewhere. So it means that maybe it's because of financial problems or they're waiting for some time. Now, you speak about me saying people are ungrateful. Yes, I will continue to say that, and I'll repeat it. People are just ungrateful. Now, if you ask the people who are going to demonstrate, maybe you too may be in favor of the demonstration, or you may be one of the supporters financially from on that side, I don't know. But I can tell you, if you ask the demonstrators, what are you demonstrating for? There's one major thing you will hear from them. But the president has given her son 2 jobs. Hey, come on, man. You want to tell me I will cook and won't eat too, man? And when you talk about nepotism, you will not define it. There's nothing. In fact, the legislature is trying to do something now about defining nepotism. There's nothing in our laws. I said maybe you have a constitution. You quote it for me. Tell me where it says whenever you become president, none of your relatives must work for government. That person, they must die. They must be sane. No, you will not find it. There's no part of the Constitution that says so. It is right now that the legislature is trying to work out something to really define what nepotism is. President Kennedy appointed his brother, Robert Kennedy, as Attorney General. I don't know whether that was classed as nepotism. But I can tell you there's nothing in our Constitution that says that when you become president, your son must die. When you become president, your daughter must go crazy. If that's the case, then I don't want to become president because I will surely put somebody there. Even those people who are making a noise around here about nepotism, some of them are in government agencies, the legislature, ministries. They got their relatives, their wives, all on payroll. The only thing you can hear from these people when you ask some of them, why are you going to demonstrate April 12th? My man, they can't hear myself. I don't understand it, but they say, the house lead got 2 jobs. Oh, that all? My man, look, you got to do something better, man, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Folks, if you're just joining us, we have David Kortie on the line from Liberia. He's speaking on the planned demonstration on April 12th and recent appointments made to the National Elections Commission. So if you have any question, comment, or concern, by all means, please dial *61, and we'll open up your line here. We'll take the next caller, 2425, the last 4 digits. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie. 2425. Hello? 2425? 612-207-2425. Are you there? Oh, okay. Must not be by the phone. So I'll take the next caller. 8017-8017. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Mr. Kortie, for calling from all the way to Liberia to attend this program tonight. I have 2 questions, and my first question has to do with you made mention about, the many development done by the Liberian government, including religious freedom, religious tolerance. As you may be aware, we have current issues where some within the legislature trying to introduce something that they talk about, making Liberia a religion, a Christian state. What is your personal view about that, the issue of making Liberia a Christian state? And secondly, you talk about 2017, where Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is not going to be in office. You talk about, at least she's going to be missed for some of the things. Are you telling us that there will be no other capable people that will be able to, continue the legacy of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf after her turn? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. 2 beautiful questions. Number 1, Christians and Muslims. Now, from the time I heard this thing about Christians trying to make this country a Christian state, I was one of the first persons. If you have any relatives in Liberia, just call them and ask them, they will tell you. I was one of the first persons that went on the air, on radio, and said that this was a recipe for confusion. There's no need to have anything called a Christian state. I don't go to church. I haven't been to church for 10 years now. But I can tell you, I follow Jesus every day. There's no place in the Bible where Jesus has told us to form a state for him. Nowhere. All he has told us is follow me and do my will. Let your light shine so that those who are in other religions can see it and follow me. Some people call themselves pastors around here. I listened to one other guy the other day. I don't want to call his name. He was boastfully saying, I'm a pastor. I've been a pastor for this and that. And this is a man who impregnated somebody's daughter. Now, can you imagine that? You call yourself a pastor and you got girlfriends. I think what Jesus said, what God is saying here, you pastor don't have girlfriends, just have your one wife. Then the Muslims will see it and change and become Christians. You call yourself pastor, don't eat church money. People will see your good way and follow you and become Christians. You call yourself pastor, appreciate a good government. Then people will see your way and follow you. There's no need to have a Christian state. I stand by that today. I stand by it tomorrow. This is plainly a recipe for confusion. So anybody who is advocating for that, I'm not on their side. Though I'm a Christian, a very good Christian too. Number 2, there are people in Liberia who can take the place of Madam Sirleaf, but we need to see them. I can tell you, she's the 23rd and 24th president. People were there before her, and we saw what happened here, my friend. From the days of J.J. Roberts up to the time of Madam Sirleaf, we know what has happened in the past. We're talking about experience. We know what has happened in the past. If you would not have anybody, any president coming after this president who will be tolerant, you would not have somebody like this president who will be accessible and approachable. You're not going to have. We're not going to have any president who would make sure that people take pay on time. I told you I was a teacher for 10 years, school principal for 12 years, and I've been around for a long time. We used to take pay 3-4 times a year. This time is different. And I can tell you, even we who are the pensioners, as a former lawmaker, I receive $700 every month. It's in the law. It's not because Ellen wanted to give it, but she's giving it on time. I commend her for that. It's in the law. In 1951, there was a law passed. As a former lawmaker, you should get half of what you've been getting as your allowance. So I receive my money. Can you imagine somebody who is receiving pension money getting it on time, very regular, no debt on it, clean? How much more about those who are working? There were pensioners in this country that were making $25 Liberian a month, and they could not get it for sometimes 6-7 months. But when this president came to power, all those pensioners, our old people who used to be janitors, teachers, and so on, who were making $25 Liberian are now getting $1,025. Those who were pensioned before Ellen became president. But those who were pensioned during the time Ellen became president are making a little over $3,000. Pensioners, and they're getting it on time. Isn't that development? Isn't that something to appreciate the president for? I'm not talking about ungratefulness, my brother. This president has done so much. And because she has appointed her son somewhere who is even working as a pro bono person, and you're making so much noise, you want to demonstrate on April 40, go right ahead. We are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kortie. Before I take the next caller, let me ask you follow-up questions here. I didn't even know. I don't know if anybody on this line knew anything about former lawmakers getting $700. I'm assuming this is per month, right?
Yeah,
$700 per month as pensioner. The two questions I have about the $700. How long former lawmakers will be received? Is this for
until I die?
Until you die, you'll be receiving $700. That's why.
That's correct.
That's so. All right.
Yes.
My second question about the $700 is that could it be that you are getting the $700 because of your affiliation with the Unity Party, your connection with Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? Is that why you're getting it, or are you know for a fact that everyone else is getting it? All the other former lawmakers are receiving the same and receiving on time?
When I was in a house, I was representing Lofa County, and I was in the opposition, as you mentioned from the beginning, chairman of the All Liberian Coalition Party. There were 64 members in the House. 15 were opposition people, and the 39 were all NPP people, NPP, from the NPP side. All of those people plus me are all getting this money. Whether you're from the opposition, or you're from the imposition, or you're from the ruling party. Once you were a member of the House, this is a law that was there before we got there, 1951. In fact, there was a small problem here. We had to take it to court. There were people, not the president, there were people who were challenging it, and we had to go to court, and we won the case, and we were getting $550 as being increased to $700 according to the law. So it's everybody, not because of anybody's connection to the ruling party. Thank you.
So this is every former lawmaker, even those that were there before Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and would they include TLA, Transitional Legislative Assembly members as well? You mean everybody who's been in the House is getting this benefit? Okay. No,
it does not include caretakers. Those who were there during the interim period are not entitled to it. So if you were one of the people there during the interim period, don't come here for any money. You'll not get it. So it is not for caretakers. Yeah, it is for people who were elected, like us. We were elected. So that's the clarification.
Thank you. I'll take Honorable. I believe this is a follow-up caller. 6105. Welcome back to the Liberian Diaspora Forum. Your follow-up question and your name.
Yes,
that will help.
Yeah, thank you so much. Excuse me. My name is Anthony Iranzese, and I think I spent some time asking questions that probably the Honorable was not part of. Right, Honorable Kortie. I want to make this clear to everybody, to all of us. You know, our own brother kept talking about freedom of speech. I just want to make it clear. Part of the package that President Ellen Sirleaf signed was to allow freedom of speech to the international community. That if you don't, it will cut off every aid. Let me make this clear. And it is not only in Liberia. This is a worldwide thing. Anyone refusing to allow people to express their dissatisfaction, the international community will go against that on them. We have seen the Arab Spring. We have seen what happened in other places, Tunisia, even our neighboring country. So I don't want us to look at 100 years ago. It's different from today. Today, many of us are enlightened. The way we're treated 40 years ago, it can't be that way again. So we can't keep going back that only the president regime who is doing this. The president probably is not her own will. I can say that. There's no way that she will do what they used to do in the 90s. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. And I believe that sound Liberians, not just Liberians, any sound leader will not be a dictator anymore. Because if you do it, they will root you out. Not their own people. The international community will root you out. That's what they're doing. So we shouldn't say, oh, it's only this regime. I want to clearly state that it was part of the package sound. Now, let me go back to development because I'm very much interested in that area. No one born in Liberia should be poor. Now, I know my own brother mentioned about development. I was in Liberia recently, June. SKD Bolivar, that a land they pay about millions and millions of dollars to pave that road. My brother, I have flat tire 2 different times just on that road that he just paved. 2 different times. And I started to ask the question, why? And the answer was simple. Because the money allocated for it, they have to go to this person. The person will have to take it on the share, then go to the person take it on the share, go to another person before it get to the Chinese. So as soon as they got it, they did the work that the money they received for. That's the part we are talking about. That's the corruption part we're talking about. You tell me 7 years in power, and believe me or not, I'm a strong supporter of Ellen. But at the same time, I always call sin by its right name. What I see that is not right, I will talk about. Okay, I flew to Liberia when I heard that there was $24.9 million that was borrowed to be given to farmers in Liberia, specifically Lofian, who have cocoa and coffee, so that they can rehabilitate their cocoa and coffee. I'm among those that have the largest cocoa and coffee plantation in Lofa. I followed this funding. When I went to the Ministry of Agriculture. I don't want to call him. Now, they told me where the project have not started. The project, they were carrying from one point to another. Today, $24.9 million, no one can give an account. People that probably had our money have not even seen cocoa. Yeah, I'm not seeing even cocoa and coffee. Yeah, I just want, the brother here. So now, if you really talk about development, it's not what we read on paper and give it to the donor. We want the practical scene. We want something that we can see. Okay? Lofa County alone, we are seeing the death toll just going to Lofa, your own county. By accident, people got to take car to pass through Sierra Leone to get to Liberia. You still give me a tangible development that you're talking about. It's tangible. When I say tangible, it's not one on paper. I'm talking about what we can see. And somebody on this, somebody on this forum said that the government have received up to $16 billion. No predecessor or prior government have received such a money. If we get this such a money, give me a tangible development that we can point out. We don't have electricity. I'm going to summarize it quickly. Rwanda that had a West genocide, 99% of their country is electrified today. And in fact, they are saying in the next 2 years, every student in that country will own laptop including children. That's what we call development. So I want you to please give me a tangible, not horses. No, horses are for people. The people probably, we don't know them. I want things that government should do, like road. No individual can build road, even in this country. I've not seen any individual or community putting money together to build road. It's done by government. Give me a tangible thing that we can see.
Thank you. Mama Kuti?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but thank you very much. He said he was in Monrovia recently and he had a flat tire twice. You had a flat tire because you have old car, perhaps, and old tires. You know, if you don't have good tires on your car, you always have flat tires. That's your problem. Try to put new tires on your car. Okay, now, you say you want to see tangibles. I would not be able to name, I need about 24 hours to name all of the tangibles. A lot of good things are happening here. Talking about roads, the Buchanan Highway is no different from what I saw in Minnesota, what I saw in, New Jersey. I mean, when you get on that road, do you know that I'm not from Buchanan, I'm from Lofa County, but most of the time I'm in Buchanan because I want to enjoy that beautiful road. Nothing has happened to that road. It's been so good. There's a road also around what we call Nizo, going to Parker Pin. Beautiful road. It's been there for a long time. I mean, since Ellen came there, it's a beautiful road. The Carwell Road is there. When you come to St. Paul today, from the mansion all the way to the red light, the road there has been put there for the past 5 years and still good. Now, if you talk about development, well, I can also tell you that this government has built over 284 new schools that are in process now, and that's credit to this government. The Capital Hospital, one of the best in the whole of West Africa, a referral hospital. You get there today, you find some of the best equipment ever, anywhere in the world. Like, for example, the CT scan. People used to go to Ghana for treatment because of one or two things, but today they go right here to Capital and do it. So I heard him talking about cocoa and coffee. Well, I didn't get that too well. I don't remember that. But his first comment about free speech, no international community, not even Obama, can tell any other president, if you don't have free speech, we'll do this to you, and it happens. If that president does not want to, my friend, it will not happen. And nobody is going to say, we will beat your back because you didn't allow free speech. Free speech has been allowed here because this president wanted to. Mugabe is right there in place up in his country, Robert Mugabe. He's been there for all his time. He's not allowing this to happen, not allowing that to happen. But he's still there. Is anybody beating his back from the West? I hear you talking about $16 billion. Maybe you're not really following the developments here. There are people who are not even willing to find out anything. They just talk. Now, who gave who $16 billion? There is something called the NIC here. They have told us about investment coming to this country, and the investment is going to cost roughly $16 billion if everything comes in. It hasn't come in yet. Some are coming in gradually. That includes employment of people and blank, blank, blank. Nobody has told you that somebody took $16 billion and threw it in somebody's hand. If we have $16 billion here in our hands, this country will be more than the United States. We need that kind of money, but we don't have it. So to just sit there and talk about what you don't know sometimes is very dangerous. So please change your car and change your car tires. The next time you come back here, you will ride on good roads and nothing will happen to your car tires. Like, for example, I have two vehicles. I got brand new. Ask anybody about me in Monrovia, they will tell you I know how to take care of cars. I don't use old tires. So my two vehicles move freely. I mean, for more than 3 years, I haven't changed tires. So that's your problem. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you, Kortie. Folks, we are above, we are way over halfway mark of this show. Our guest is calling from million miles away, and there's time difference here. I'm a bit considerate of time difference. Why it is just 6:17 p.m. here, it is probably 11 or 17 p.m. there. So we're not going to keep our guests on the line endlessly, indefinitely. So if you haven't had a chance to have a say, please dial *61 so that we can open up your line so you may have your say. Well, David Kortie, I have a text message question here. The question is simple. Do you support the TRC report? If yes, why? If not, why? TRC report. Come from one Paul.
Okay. Oh, okay, Paul. I hope you. I wish you had put your last name. Maybe I know you. I don't know. Okay. I do not support the TRC. In fact, let me inform you, I'm a signatory to the peace accord in Ghana. We were in Ghana for 3 good months. We put the peace accord together, and I'm a signatory. There in Ghana, we agreed to have peace in this country. We didn't want to go back to any TRC thing.
Oh, we've lost our guest. He just dropped. His line just dropped. Hopefully he will make a quick comeback. You all heard me say that I've tapped up his menu with additional credit, so that should not be the problem. I hope you'll come back very soon. While we are with him, though, let me see what honorable. Hello, is it?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, our guest just left us. I'm sure he'll be coming back very shortly. But yeah, so next time you go Morovia, you need new tires. You need new car and new tires, right?
Okay. He didn't get a point. I was talking about.
I found that very laughable. Yeah.
Well, because of the road condition, why couldn't get flat tire on the other side of the road beside SKD Boulevard? I'm trying to tell you that because it was not well done. As a result, so pothole there. In fact, it's a fight. How did it rain? And you telling me I don't get good tire?
My neighbors in pipeline. My neighbors in pipeline just contacted me last week that they are raising money. They want the Ministry of Public Works to help them, improve our local street. The one that's coming down, somewhere around pipeline there, where I'm finishing my house. My neighbors called me and told me they had a town hall meeting, and they agreed that everybody should pay $500 because someone at Ministry of Public Works said that we need to buy fuel. We need to buy our own diesel, our own fuel. Then they can provide a machine to go pave the road. Someone just contacted me just last week about that, and I volunteered to pay $1,000 instead of the $500 brand dollar. My point is that what should be happening? Should private citizens be collecting money to pave their own roads? But that's what we have. We got to deal with it as such. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable David Kortie has left the line, and okay, well, he just came back, so he just joined us. Our Kortie David Kortie, let me open this line here. Yeah, okay. Our Kortie?
Yes, you're very low. I'm not getting you clearly. Very low.
No. Your line was closed when you came back here. I just opened your line, yeah. So welcome back to the show, and thank you for making the effort to come back to the show. We were thinking that that maybe the questions were so hard that you were not going to come back, but I told them I know better than that. That you never run away from questions. So while you were away, a text message question came in, and it says that during your initial deliberation, you yourself alluded to the fact that the issue of unemployment in Liberia was a serious concern as it is here in the U.S. Now, if we agree that that is the case, is it therefore right then for any son of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to have more than one job, nepotism or no nepotism? Why would somebody have more than a job when the vast majority of the people don't have anything to do, sir?
Okay, thank you. Once it is on a pro bono basis, I think it's right. If it were for pay, then I think it would be wrong. Mr. Sirleaf does not work for pay. He's senior advisor to the president. He doesn't get paid for that. He's chairman of the board at NOCAL. He doesn't get paid for that. So once it is on a pro bono basis, yes, it's right. I will even put 3 or 4 of my children there. So I will have my son, holding 4 positions. even once it is on a pro bono basis. So it doesn't mean anything. He's not. What I do not like is, for example, I always believe that recycle leadership is counterproductive. That's what I hate. For example, you have somebody who has been an interim president or a president coming back to Liberia, holding a small position as some minister or whatever, still getting paid. I think you should give other people a chance. There are young graduates coming from college and other places who want to make some money too and be like you. You've been a president before or an interim president or whatever. Go and sit down now and start one plantation so that you can employ people. But to come back to Liberia and hold a small job where somebody else should be making some living from, then that's what I hate. But to have my son holding 5 positions on pro bono basis, nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, please dial *61. We still have David Kortie.
Please speak a little louder.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Much better?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yep. I was telling the our listening audience to dial *61. We still have David Kortie with us, but I've had not for a very long time. So if you haven't had a chance to ask your question, make a comment or suggestion, please dial *61, and then we can open up your line here. And also be reminded that tonight, this very night at 8 p.m., we'll be hosting EULA Dual Citizenship Committee. They'll be down here talking about the progress made so far with regard to dual citizenship. As you may be aware, there was a march demonstration sometime November, December in Washington, D.C. A resolution was drafted. So they'll be with us tonight. So we got a long night ahead of us. My next caller will be 0042 0042. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie. Hello? 0042. Just open this line, and then the number just jumped from my queue. Okay. Hopefully he'll come back. What is it? Please keep it very brief. I know you have a comeback. Please keep it brief. Welcome back to the show.
Yeah, just a follow-up for the Honorable.
Quick follow-up, yeah.
Yeah. It's not like I had an old tire. First of all, I'm an importer of tires in Liberia, so it's not an issue of having a bad tire. I think the point I was trying to make here was.
Please speak a little louder, please.
Yeah, hello, Honorable, do you hear me?
Yeah, just speak a little louder.
It sounds like you're so far off.
Okay, yeah. See, I'm sorry about that. No, I was saying I was saying my own brother. Okay, let me use the word honorable since this is more professional. But I would love to call you brother, because we are brothers.
Yes.
And these kind of dialogues are good for us. They're hefty for us. What I was trying to say in other words is the problem was not that I had an old tire. No, I am an importer of tire in Liberia. So I do. In fact, I just started. There's a machine that you can refabricate the tire. That's what really I'm bidding for right now. So it's not like I had a old tire. The issue was the road had just been paved. And if you ever pass it that time in June of last year, you will see that you see sort of pothole that day rain, to be honest with you. I'm talking about SKD Boulevard Road there, where I think they have one guy or two guys that always standing there pretending they are filling the road, the pothole. They are always there if you ever pass it. That road is what I'm talking about. And we pay money to pay that road and put quota on that road. If it takes 5 years and the road messed up, that's a problem. That's a serious issue. And one thing I want us to be honest with each other is this. Most of the money today, they are not free. They are loan. It's loan. It's like when you take a credit card in the United States to get a new one, you got to pay back the old debt. What we did was we appealed to the international community to waive our debt, just as Nigeria, just as Ghana. Liberia was one of the least, among the least, that had a low debt. Okay, so we can't really boast of that. And economists sat together and said,
Liberia does not need a debt release. They say we are able to pay our debt off. Whereas we're getting debt release to Nigeria. In other words, we are rich. Okay? So it's not only Liberia that received debt release. In fact, $5 billion is nothing compared to other people that received almost trillions. You see, so these days now, when we are taking new loan, we got to really be careful how we spend it. So if we spend the money to pave a road, and the road cannot even last for 2 years, 3 years, that's a problem. You see, that's the point I was trying to establish.
All right, we'll leave it there. We'll have to leave it there, Moses. Keep it brief. We'll have to, yeah.
All right. Okay.
But as always, can always make a new entry, though. So, I mean, there's no limit on that, but let's leave it there. Honorable David Kortie, do you have anything to add to that? I suppose that was a comment and not a question. Do you have anything to add up to that?
Yes, I got something to add to that. I'm glad that he said the road was being newly constructed. Even in the United States, there are potholes in certain places. So there's no big issue, no big deal. What I'm saying here is I wish we appreciate this president. Now, when I was talking about ungratefulness, that's some of the things he just mentioned about his debt waiver. Now, we've been owing people since 1847. No president has ever tried to pay. We've just been having debt piled up. This president came and said, look, I will run a small and efficient government. I will stay out of debt. I'm not going to add more debt for our great-grandchildren. I will make sure that the debt is waived so that people who will come will not have this trouble of paying debt. She has fought hard, rubbed shoulders with her international partners, and the debt has been waived. We are sitting here talking about Liberia was not the only one. People were owing trillions. Is this not being ungrateful? Look, man, some of you just hit to hear the name Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And I can tell you, you will cry for Ellen after 2017. That new song, I'm gonna be sitting here recording those songs. When Ellen was president, at least our debt was waived. When Ellen was president, people used to sit in America and say anything. Nobody arrested them. When Ellen was president, people, look, the song was being made. I can tell you that. So for you to sound like nothing has happened, even if it was $50 that we owed, and this president was going to rub shoulders with our good partners and friends to it to be waived, then you say that's nothing. I'm very surprised at you. Thank you very much. But go ahead, man. I'm enjoying the night. Go ahead.
All right. Well, folks, once again, like I promised, we are not going to keep our David Kortie on the line indefinitely because I'm so honored, so delighted that he honored all of us invitation at a very short notice. And so the way we can ensure a reoccurrence, of this, of his, willingness to come on the show is to be respectful of his time. Tomorrow is Monday, as we all know, the first day of the week. And why it is 6:30 here, it is 11:30 in Liberia. I believe that time is correct. So we'll be calling this show at night pretty soon. So if you haven't had a chance, I'm just going to take a few more questions, and then I will go to the Honorable Man for his closing remark. And so hopefully next time we can tap his knowledge, his experience, and then maybe we can do a lot more publicity than what we did last night. And so hopefully we'll have a larger audience than we have now. I'll take the next caller, 6377. 6377. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question from Honorable Kortie. 6377.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Amara Kita. I'm calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's Mr. Kita again. Okay.
Yeah,
welcome
thank
back.
you for taking my call again. Yes, just a quick question to the Honorable David Kortie. I appreciate your presentation very much. I think you have spoken highly of the President and all of us who have interest in Liberia, and we all can attest to what some of the development that are really been taking place, even though that's not imperfect. But then my question is, as someone who has keenly listened to your presentation, and you rightly told us from the beginning that you have had only one session or one appointment with this government, if President Sene were to come out today and offer Mr. Kortie a job, are you ready to accept that?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Will you take another appointment from this President?
No, I cannot, for two reasons. One, according to the law of 1951, once you are pensioned as a former lawmaker and you're receiving your pension money, you cannot take another check. So I will not accept any other job, except that job is going to pay me something very good. But the law says that you can't have a job and you can't take another, you can't have two checks. So I prefer collecting my $700 and do some private business like I'm doing now. And the second reason why I cannot take a job now is that I live in a very far place from town. You know, all of our ministries are concentrated right there on Broad Street, Benson, and Kerry. I live in a place called Virginia, living in a beautiful compound. When you check the Facebook, you're going to see where I live. I live on a very beautiful compound, 1 acre of land, beautiful houses, and I want to enjoy this place. I'm already 59. You know, you got to plan your life, my brother. I'm 59. My plan now is to sit down quietly and enjoy my life, enjoy my beautiful home. Just enter Facebook today and type in David Kortie. You'll see my handsome face, and you see my beautiful home. And that's where I live. And so I can take a job now. I prefer collecting my $700. That can get me some food. Then I do my private thing. I run a newspaper called Flashpoint. And I think I like it this way. I'm not going to accept any job now. Thank you.
Thank you. It is amazing how we lost track of our topics for the night. You know, the topics that we had presented to our audience. Well, it's not the first time. That's always the case. But I'm still reminded, though, my attention is still drawn to the April 12th impending demonstration. David Kortie, from your point of view, from the way things appear, what's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen now that the military and the police seem to be in high gear, and those that are the planners are not back in there? They're insisting that they will come out, and you have told us that apparently that the planners have not obtained permit from the Ministry of Justice. I think Councilor Vani Sherman also said it's that same thing on another show here last night. So if they have not obtained permit, and I don't know if they still have time to obtain it, but what happened if they came out to demonstrate without permit? What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I'm not in the minds of the police or the military to know exactly what will happen, but I can tell you, anybody who loves this country will try to live by the law. You cannot call yourself a good citizen. You know, I don't know why people don't feel for this country. We have destroyed this place for 14 years. We're coming back to life. Like I told you, maybe, Mr. Moderator, you haven't been to Monrovia for a little while, but please come and see something for yourself. Things are going well. Let me quote the former Minister of Information, the Honorable Lamine Warity, who is now at the LTA, the Telecommunication Commission. He is there right now. Now, he said the other day, it was written in the paper, he said he is asking the newspaper, people who write newspapers and who got radio stations, to help cool the tension instead of trying to aggravate the situation. He was telling all of us that the U.S. dollar, is a coward. The U.S. dollar is a coward. It is quick to run away once it sees trouble. Now, that simply means there are investors in this country. The IRO people, the this and that, they are all here bringing in U.S. dollars to make this country a better place. By the time they find out that this place is not a safe place to be, they're gone. They're gone, and we will suffer again. So those who love this country, and when you look at it, my brother, it's just a handful of people. You may not believe me. I have done my own interview. I have done my own assessment. 95% of the people of this country do not want to go back to the past. Everybody has tested what is war. Nobody wants to go back to the past. But there are some people who can only live a better life when there's crisis. Now, what is wrong with going by the law? You say you want to demonstrate. Government says, the law says, take paper, take permission. All you do, if you are very sincere that you want to demonstrate to present something good to the government, you will get a permit. All you do is to get a permit, and the government will say, okay, since you say you're marching from Broad Street to Painesville or from Painesville to the mansion, we will guide you. take your placards, do what you want to do. We're going to direct the traffic this way. We will tell all vehicles to go through Jalatown so that we can march with you and you go present your placard. The president will listen and they will read it. If these are sincere people who really want to present placards or present some case to the president, they will ask for permission. But when people are after trouble, when people want to see chaos, they want to see destruction, my friend, they will not ask for permit. And the next reason why the government is saying go and get a paper is simple. Maybe the protesters got a good intention. The demonstrators will be here. They got a good intention. But there are people back there who have been out of job. Maybe they just like trouble. They feel that this is a better chance for them to break people's cars up. It's a better chance to loot the supermarket. It's a better chance to loot the market in merry-go-round in Douala. Maybe they feel that that's a better chance. They're just waiting. They're just waiting. You refuse to take the permit. The police is not there to guide you. You say you will go in the street because Ellen is a woman. I don't blame you. I like the way old man tells you to put it. If your mind born you good, go there. What is that? Government says, come for paper. Finish. Go and get the paper. Then the police will stand by you and guide you. You see, you're demonstrating from Douala to Broad Street. We will be by you so that no foolish person can join you and destroy people's cars, so that no foolish person can join the people's supermarket and destroy and loot. We will guide you to go to where you want to carry a placard. Is that something very difficult? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Go and demonstrate on the 40th of April, man. We're waiting. What is that? You can't scare anybody here now? Choosing April 12th. For what? April 41, my foot. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Well, we'll just take a few more callers and then we'll let you off here. But just before I do so, I was in my room very recently. You forgot. You hand wrote your phone number and gave it to me. How you think I got your number? I called you last night.
Oh.
I just returned from Liberia this February. Yeah. I was in Monrovia.
Yes, okay, I remember that.
Right. I was in Monrovia December, January, February. I was Brother Ali Silla, the National Coordinator for Pro and Probation Services.
Yes.
And then I remember when he used to be at SDA at the time I was Attorney General Gibson.
Yes.
So I was in Liberia just a couple of weeks ago.
I remember you now. Well, you should have told me this when you called, man. I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I was visiting there, and I must admit, why it's true that things are not where they need to be. They are certainly not where they used to be. You know, they are some things seem to be going fine. Other things take a long way to go. So, with that said, let me take this caller. We'll just take a few more callers, I promise, and then we'll get you out of here. Now, folks, you heard me right. We'll be letting the Honorable Mayor off the line very shortly. And so if you haven't had a chance to ask your question, this might just be the time. Please dial *61. I see a lot of you here. There are a very good number of you here. So unless he's doing such a good job that you don't feel the need to ask questions, which is fine. And also be reminded we have another show coming up in just an hour or two. EULA, Dual Citizenship Committee, will be on the show here shortly. So I'll take the next caller, 0042. You made an attempt earlier, then you skipped. You dropped the line. You just came back, 0042. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable Kortie. 0042.
Honorable Kortie, good afternoon. This is Coach Kafumba here.
Okay. Hi. My dear Coach, how are you?
I am good, Honorable. First, I want to welcome you to the diaspora, the Liberian most informative news organ that we believe and trust in this area. And also, I want to say thank you again for spending your time with us. But my concern has to do with first the Liberia Sport Development Program. You having to be some executive committee member on women football, and you were the chairman of the women football that led the Liberia female national team to qualify against Algeria, Sierra Leone, and went almost to the quarterfinal. And I was assisting in that program. And then coming back to your record, being a Liberian who say what is in his heart, you are not fake. And I want to say congratulations for the kind of human being you are. No matter who you stand in front, you express your feeling. But the concern here that I want for you to be the voice of the people is one has to do with some of our former national team players that play for Liberia and now retire and getting no benefit, but lawmakers are receiving huge sum of money, and our brothers are suffering in the street. I know some of them ask you all the time, and you give them money. In my presence, I know that because I'm always at the ATS. Yeah. That's one. Two, if you could also serve as voice of the people, for the Liberia government to renegotiate the contract with the Chinese government for the SKD Sports Complex hotel that was built for the national team or for sport development purpose, to at least renegotiate, even if it's the top floor, so that the Liberian national team would not be homeless. Speaking as former national team player and looking at the component of football development, first you want to look at the psychological aspect. Then you talk about the physical aspect. Then you come down to the technical and the tactical aspect. But looking at the Liberian national team, we have no resident. The only hotel we have, the SKD Sports Complex, is given to the Chinese, and part of the facility is just used as casino, nightclub. It's the best nightclub now in Liberia. So what can you do as the voice of the people that I consider you to be? I don't care what other people will say, but I trust you, and I will always respect you for who you are. So what can you do for me? Because I know politics is interest, but my interest as social politician is the Liberia Sport Development Program, and I see it being hindering because the national team is homeless. Can you help us? Speak to who you know, or the Liberian authority in charge, to renegotiate this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you to you, Coach. Thank you very much. Thank you for your fine comments about me, and I am encouraged by that. I hope I can do more. Coming to the former players, my only advice is that all of our players now should see what is happening to the former players and have a little change of mind towards themselves. The answer to this is education. The answer to this is being creative. You know, when you're playing football, you got to remember that there is a tomorrow. There are people who went to Europe like you in the United States today who made good money. But my dear brother, they were like myself, 39 girlfriends, and no thinking about putting down a structure for the future. And so today they are the way they are. Not all of them. Some were just unfortunate. But here you are. You were a former national coach, a goalkeeper. And today you are over there. I see you coming down to Liberia once in a while bringing sports materials for us. There was a time you donated footballs free to me. I tried to pay for them. You said no. You gave it to me for the national female team. That was good. I want other players who are listening now to do two things. One, go to school. If you don't have the ability to go to college, it is not everybody who will go to college, and it is not a crime not to go to college. What is a crime is to be useless in society. So if you don't want to go to college, all you got to do something for yourself so that tomorrow you can be like Mr. Silla, Coach Silla, and other people. Now, coming to the hotel, I need to find out the details. I don't know how that hotel was given to the Chinese, but I can confess to you it's a beautiful place. I go there many times to eat, and I think they pay taxes to the Liberian government. Maybe the Liberian government or the LFA or Youth and Sports did not have the money to put it up to date. You know, we have serious financial crisis here today. This is what some of our people don't understand. I listen to BBC all the time. It's happening all over the world today. Cyprus, Greece, Spain, all over. But people who don't travel, who don't listen to radio, who don't read, they say Liberia is a West country, LA not doing anything. Well, it's up to you. But I can tell you, I will find out. I will take your advice and find out from the LFA, find out from the Youth and Sports Ministry so that somebody can tell me how this arrangement went. If the arrangement was for 20 years, maybe we can say, why can't we renegotiate? But we need to find out. Thank you very much. I'm going to find out. I'm concerned too. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the last caller for the night. Interestingly, that's a repeat caller. Once he's done giving his question, I'll come back to Honorable David Kortie so he can make his closing remark. And then we will call it a night, at least for this show. Like I told you, we have another show coming up in just an hour. EULA, the largest Liberian organization here in Americas, has a committee set up to push dual citizenship bill issue 4. They've made some progress, and they will be our next guest tonight at 8 p.m. Minnesota time. Even though it will be very late in Liberia, but Honorable, you are more than welcome if you decide to listen to what you have to say. So I'll take Senior Yeule, a follow-up caller. Honorable Senior, welcome back to the Liberian Diaspora Forum. Your follow-up question, sir.
Yes, sir. Brother Kromah, thank you so much again. Always, we are delighted to have you bring information to us in a way that is so moving and encouraging. God bless you for all your services to us. And let me also close by thanking your guests, too, for taking the time. While it's true, I might have some different view of the Liberia we're talking about. I think we both see Liberia from two different lenses. For me, I see a Liberia where this current government has failed miserably in the context of the rule of law. I don't think this government has truly lived up to its promises to Liberian people. The first thing, Madam Saleh in her first term promised Liberian people she was going to push for a bill that will reduce the presidency from 6 years to 4 years. But I guess when people become president, then everything changes. Let me close by saying Liberians, while it's true, I don't know the organizers of the penny demonstration. I don't pretend to know them. I don't know them. But if I knew them, I would have advised them to continue the demonstration. They have the right to free assembly. They have the right to express their indifference with the government when they feel that their fundamental rights, the right to free education, better health care, good farm to market rules, when all the things are denied them, they have the right to ask the government why these things are happening. If anybody in Liberia thinks they have the authority to kill Liberian people, we have seen it before. To close, Gaddafi did it before. What is he today? It's history. Saddam Hussein used his children to propagate, fear into the people. What is he today? That's history. So history is replete with enormous references to point to. So Liberian people have the right to demonstrate. This government has failed them, and they have the right to express that. If the government suppresses them, let the law take a course. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you, Honorable Senior. That was a comment, Honorable Kortie. Do you care to add to that? Or?
Yes, okay. Let me say thanks to him, too. I love Liberians. When it comes to speeches, number one in the world. They can talk. Now, I hear my good friend talking about failing miserably. I think he needs to come back and define what he means by the word miserably. The words are good to use sometimes. It's so good. Now, he talked about in the area of rule of law. Now, is the president the Chief Justice? You see, I produced 100 reasons why Ellen should be reelected. And one of the 100 reasons was for upholding the separation of powers. This president does not believe in meddling into the affairs of the legislature. She does not believe in meddling into the affairs of the judiciary. Everybody is equal under the law. She will do her part and no more. People have been sent to court in this country for corruption. It is left with the court to do their part. If the court does not do its part, should President Salika rat and beat somebody? Let me just tell you, there are people in this country, Liberians in and out of this country, who do not just want to hear the name Ellen, and you will hear it from some of us. They don't want to see the streets that Ellen walks on. You will see it, because some of us are here to tell you the truth. Can you hear the man talk about fail miserably? So all of these good things that I just told you about, you didn't hear them, and yet you say fail miserably, and you cannot even name more than one thing. You're only talking about in the era of rule of law, issue the Chief Justice, issue the Justice Minister. Oh, come on, let's be serious here, man. Then I also explained to you that we also have law in this country that if you want to demonstrate, you must take permission. There must be a permit. You want to throw that in the trash can too? Our brothers have the right to do this. You want to kill them. Nobody's talking about killing anybody here. You can't sit 5,000 miles away from here inciting people. Come to Liberia and incite the people. This is why I said from the beginning, all those who want people to demonstrate with other information so that other unscrupulous people can join us to destroy things here, come back to Liberia. Don't sit in Minnesota. I'm asking the government to close all borders. Come right back to Monrovia. Let's sit down here. You're not be sitting in Minnesota inciting people. They must go ahead and march, even without permission. Can you imagine that? A Liberian sitting there eating apple, hamburger. If you don't mind, that man is eating ice cream right now in his living room there, telling people to die here, to go and get hurt in the street. Oh, no. I wouldn't advise anybody to do that. The Liberian people are tired with trouble. They're tired with war. All of those who are listening to me tonight, you're in Minnesota, you're in New York, wherever, please tell your people here to live by the law. If you have children here, you have brothers and sisters here, talk to them. Go and get permit from the Ministry of Justice. They will allow you to march. Don't disobey the law of the land. Do not listen to anybody sitting in Minnesota. America, that what? We've all been there. Let me just tell you, there are some people who live in America there who just, they're in heaven. Some of us, I just told you I was there for 1 week. And let me tell you, I was in a house for 6 years and never made an attempt to go to America one day. The only thing that carried me to America was the All-Liberian National Conference in Maryland, because I was selected by my colleagues at the Governors Commission, and they said to me, you go and represent us. That's how I went to America, only for 1 week. My passport is still clean. Since I came back, I'm not even dreaming about going back there because I love this country. I'm going to be right here. You don't go sit down in Minnesota telling people to go in the street and march without permission. Or they tell you stay here about the burning of this and that, and people, investors run away from this country, will go back to ground zero. You're sitting there in America eating hamburger and apple, talking about go and march. They have the right. Nobody has seen that nobody has the right. You also have the right to ask for permission. And you also have the right to make sure that other people's rights. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'll wait. I'm just being respectful of your time, but you're doing well. If you don't mind, I had said Senior was going to be the last caller, but obviously in this case, it's only fair that his follow-up request be honored. So what I would do, I'll just take these two questions, and then in your closing remark, you can just address them along the way if that's okay with you. Is that all right?
Oh, all right.
Okay. All right. I'll take. I think this is Tapes Saras. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Anyway, 8198, first-time caller. Please tell us your name. I believe it's Tapes Saras. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for Honorable David Kortie. 8198.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is C. Washington Tape. I'm calling from Crystal, Minnesota.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Saras.
What?
I said welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. I want to thank Mr. our guest for appearance. I have a comment here. I am deeply disappointed by the performance of our guest at this forum. For the following reasons. One, he said that he taught for 10 years in the classroom and 12 years as principal. So I have every reason to believe that he is a member of the Liberian Intelligentsia. And as such, I expect him to discuss issues objectively with statistical support and with every degree of authority. This was never done. Two, He said that the Liberian people are ungrateful, they are lazy, and they are responsible for their own suffering. And former legislator, a man who was elected by the very Liberian people, to come at this forum and say that the Liberian people are lazy, and they are responsible for their own suffering is very incomprehensible, especially to the people of Lofa County that he represented. He didn't make any distinction. He said all Liberian people are lazy, and they are ungrateful, and they are responsible for their own suffering. That is an insult to the Liberian people. He served the Liberian people in the halls, especially the Lofa people, and that statement is very, very incomprehensible. It's an affront to the people of Lofa County. Third, he said that corruption will forever remain with Liberia. As a former Liberian, as a former Liberian official who is receiving pension from the taxes of the Liberian people, I expect him to create an atmosphere of confidentiality in the republic. But he cannot downplay the country in such a way that corruption will ever be there. That is unpatriotic, and it is not representative of a man, of an honorable man who served in the House of Representatives. He must be the one to create confidence that yes, even the president admitted that corruption is eating the fabric of the society, and I was very disappointed for this honorable man to say in public that corruption will ever be with Liberia until Judgment Day. That is unpatriotic, and as a former official who is receiving salary from the tax people, you must give us the confidence and see how best we can fight this disease that is eating up this country. Fourthly, he said that when somebody asked him to compare the administration of Taylor, whom he served, and our dynamic president today, the only answer he gave, he said, one is woman and the other one is man, and both are good leaders. That statement is very unfair to our president. It's an affront, it's an insult to compare a convicted tyrant and dictator administration with that of our dynamic president. He cannot come here to praise the president with the lip service and at the same time saying that Taylor and President Salif are all good leaders. That is a false statement. That is disingenuous to the president of Liberia. Taylor was a dictator. He never allowed freedom of expression. We have freedom of expression under this president. We have transformational development in this country. So there is no way you can compare the two leaders as being good. That is disingenuous, and all a president here to the president on lip service. And finally, Mr. Moderator, the credibility of this forum depends on the kind of people you invite at this forum. So in the future, evaluate the kind of caliber of people that you invite to the forum, and this forum is visited, and we listen. This is where this is a very serious intellectual forum. We expect government officials to come and analyze issues to the core and be civil and be true. So, Mr. President, this is my advice. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that was a lot said, but like I said, Honorable Kortie, I'll just say I will make a quick follow-up, and then you'll do your closing remark at the same time address yourself. Honorable Senior, welcome back to the forum, y'all. Please make it brief so we can be out of here.
I will do it 1 minute. I will do it 1 minute, sir.
All right,
I will do it 1 minute. I will do it 1 minute. I just wanted to echo the sentiment of my dear brother and friend, Brother Cyrus. No disrespect to your guests, because our policy is to respect all of our guests, but I think Cyrus make a salient point. And I'm also want to tell your honorable guest, Mr. Kortie, please take my name to the president. My name is Seyon Yaounde, number 612-730-1373. Ask her about the student at the University of Minnesota that asked her the question about TRC and Firestone, and also the student who asked her if she became president as the first female president, would she not be a dictator? Maybe that will ring a bell to her. Then she will tell you, oh, the boy you tell me about, I think I know him already. So I have nothing to her. Yes, it's true, I'm blessed to be in America, but I'm nowhere better than those folks back home. Those are our people. Our hearts are still there. We pray for them every day, and we pray that God continue to bless them. I'm only here because God allowed me to be here, but I'm nowhere better than anybody back home. I could have been there. If I was there, I would have taken to the street myself. So I'm not afraid to say what I'm saying to you. So if the government will kill our people, because nothing strange, This president supported war that killed over 250,000 of our people. True, the records are there. I'm not making this up. So if you want to justify the president's misery to make it look like the president is all that good, in your opening statement, she's an ambassador from heaven. What's the confirmation? For God bless Liberia. No, tell her. My name is Sayon Yawne, 612-730-1373. Thank you for being on the show.
Thank you, Mr. Yawne. Zizi, 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds. I'll close it after 30 seconds, Mike. How about Zizi? Quickly. Oh, good. Zizi, you there? 30 seconds?
Yeah,
Yeah, 30 seconds. The show is over. You got 30 seconds to add. Just quickly, if you got anything to add. Yeah, 30 seconds.
You mean me?
Yeah, you.
Okay. No. The honorable, I think he's gone now. But I wanted to talk a little bit about because.
Okay. All right. David Kortie, your closing remark, and in the process, if you want to address yourself to some of the last point or concerns raised, I want to thank you. I really want to thank you for coming on the show. So this is the time to make your closing remark, and in the process, feel free to address yourself to the last points that were made.
Well, let me first of all thank you for inviting me to this show. I'm willing to come back anytime. I too am very disappointed in your last caller and the caller before that one. Sometimes when we hear that people are in America, we expect them to be level-headed, but sometimes I don't understand what people go to do there. Now, it is true that people are so lazy in this country and very ungrateful. This is why we are where we are today, and I'll repeat that, very lazy. And when it comes to corruption, right there where you sit in America, there is serious corruption everywhere in the world. And I will continue to say that. I'm not going to bite my tongue on that. Corruption is everywhere. The only place you will not find it is in heaven. I'm not condoning corruption. I'm not saying that it is a good thing, but I'm just telling you the fact. It is everywhere. And the difference between Taylor and Ellie is that one is a man, one is a woman. That's my view. You can't beat that out of me. What is your view? Express your view. Tell us the difference. I have my own view. What do I think is the difference? And I have told you the difference. Do I have to be like you because you sit in Minnesota? Oh, come on, man. Don't tell me that. Now, I hear another man saying, take my name to the president. I'm not afraid. My friend, please come back to Liberia and let's build this place. Don't sit over there and try to make your country look like the worst place on earth. That is the problem with some of you. And you want me to, pet you? No. This is how I speak. I've been like this all along. You can't change that. Listen to the high tone of the caller before this one. Now, the other one saying, if our Amarillo are going to demonstrate, it's not difficult. Just buy a ticket and come and demonstrate. So that when anything happens, it will happen to you too. You shouldn't be sitting over there talking about people should go and demonstrate. Come to Liberia. It doesn't cost so much money. Maybe you're working in one supermarket as one chief security. You can credit some money, buy your ticket, come to Liberia and do your demonstration. You are the people killing our people here. You sit over there and incite people here to die. They shouldn't go take permission from the government. They should just jump in the street and go demonstrate. If I were in Liberia, this thing has been going on. The talk about demonstration has been going on for the past 2 months. Why didn't you come ever since join a group? You're sitting there telling them to go ahead without permission. When they are beaten by the police and maybe killed, then you sit there and say the government is not good. Come and join the group. I wish you were here. I'm asking government to close the borders. Come so that we can close the border. You'll be here with us. Don't fool your brothers and sisters. I'm not going to side with anybody because they think I should side with them. This is my view on the issue. My view is, please go and get the permission. That is what the Constitution says. That's the book you put together. You put the people together to make the Constitution. Then you tell them the same people to violate the Constitution. Then you call yourself a good citizen sitting in America, telling the moderator when you invite people, Oh, look, my man, I tell you something. You disappointed me. All of you who just talk about, I don't know, you disappointed me. You have put your own laws together. And the thing that surprises me, Liberians go to America and respect every inch of the law in America, but they disobey their own law in Liberia. Then who are you? I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. Those of you who are in America, some of you have been there for 30 years. You have respected the laws of America since you've been there. But the laws of Liberia should be disrespected. I'm very sorry for you. telling the moderator when you're calling people to the show, call people. I don't blame you. You're right. Disobey the law in America, you will see what will happen to you. Disobey the Constitution in America, you will see what will happen to you. But you should disobey the law in Liberia. Don't ask for permit. Go in the street and demonstrate. I don't blame you. America, we've all been there. I don't intend to stay there. I'm right here in Liberia. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Call me anytime, and I'll be ready.
David Kortie?
Yes?
From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. I'm very much honored that you accepted my invitation at a very short notice. I've said this many times today, and I'll say it again. Regardless of, it's interesting that now that the show is almost over, I got tons of cautions, but we're not going to go to that. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming on the show. Most certainly, if we have to do this again, we'll definitely look in that regard. On the closing note, though, the idea of people going to Ministry of Justice or obtaining permit to demonstrate, I agree with that. I think that's Councilor Vani's chairman was UP party chairman was on the show last night, and that question came up. I really like the way he put it. He said, well, the constitutionality of people having to have permit to demonstrate in itself is not right. It's not a good law. But until Liberian people can go to the Supreme Court and challenge that, it remains the law. And why it remains the law, then it must be a buyback. It must be adhered to. So that's where we are. But anyway, we could be here for the rest of the night, but unfortunately we're not going to do that. We have another show coming up in less than an hour. So I want to thank you. My regards to you, your family, and all the other Liberian people. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you. You have a wonderful night, and I will stay in touch. Good night, sir.
And I want to thank you, too, and I want to say thanks to us.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to say thanks to you, too, for the invitation. And please, do not hesitate to call me anytime. You want to get me back even tomorrow night, just call me. I'll be ready. And I want to say thanks to all of those who called tonight. We are still brothers and sisters. Please come back to Liberia. Let's build this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Great, great. All right. Well, once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to welcome you to the Liberian Diaspora Forum Weekly Talk Show. My name is Kafumba Kromah. As always, I'm your host. We just concluded another show not too long ago with Honorable David Kortie, who was on the line from Liberia, discussing the April 6th march, pending march, if I may add, and the recent appointments made to the Liberia Elections Commission. We just got done with that less than an hour ago, and here we are, back to back, with another very important show tonight. Tonight's show is we are honored to host the leadership of EULA, particularly the committee under eminent Wetty's able leadership that's looking over the dual citizenship. They've come to discuss with you, with us, about progress made, the resolution that came out of Washington, D.C. Some of you may be aware that there was a trip made there sometimes last year, I believe. So tonight, this particular show is about that conference, the resolution, and dual citizenship in general. The people I'll be hosting tonight are the Honorable Mayor himself, Honorable Wetty, Professor EULA President, Honorable Gay Sly, who will be joining us a little later here, and perhaps host of further people that are involved with the work. We will know them as they come on the line. So with that said, I will turn the floor over to Honorable Emmanuel Wetty so he can begin making his presentation. At any time, I have the question lines open. If at any time you have any question, comment, or concern, even while he's speaking, just go ahead and quietly enter your *61, and I will see your question over here, and that will allow us to open your line so that you may have a say in the matter. So with that said, Honorable Wetty, the floor is all yours, sir.
Mr. Moderator, thank you very much. It's always an honor to be on your show. And the kind of cooperation that you've been giving up, we think we feel at home coming on your show. We also want to say thanks to our brothers and sisters out there that have allocated time to listen to what we have to say and always try to support what we're trying to do. As you all be aware, sometime last year we came on the show and told you that we're having an all-Liberian conference on dual citizenship in Washington, D.C. Precisely, it was December 7th and 8th. In that meeting, we have more than 10 counties represented at that conference. We had people from Europe, coming in. We have Colosua. We had the coalition for concerned Liberians, and we have a very large number of leader chapters at that program. Also, we had the entire embassy staff at that program, and we're also blessed with some former government officials and some current ones that came back. The meeting went on very well, more than that we expected. The caliber of people we had, Senator Smith from Monterrey, and we had our own Kwame Clement, with Jalo, and other speakers that talked to us. At the end of the day, we adopted a resolution, and we are very pleased to tell you that the resolution went very well. It has been presented to the President. It has been presented to all the members in the Senate and in the House, and also been presented to our partners in Liberia, and also the UNA chapters and our friends, and even the general Liberian lives there, even on Facebook and everywhere that we have the means to spread the news. Just not to waste your time, the resolution we adopted, we came up with 4 strategies that we think can have us obtain dual citizenship in Liberia. And the 4 strategies are: 1, through a constitutional means, if we have the chance
we think that those that review the Constitution right now can insert a clause or some sentence in there that will allow dual citizenship. In pursuit of that, we have contacted the Constitution Committee through the offices of Dr. Don, and he has received our resolution and passed it on to the committee. So we're hoping that it can be brought out in the meetings and even put as part of the agenda. The other option that we have is the legal means which our brother Jalo is going through. We believe that is a very good task that he's going through, and if a decision is made by the Supreme Court, we think that we can achieve what we want. The other option that we look at is an executive order. We think that if we have the clout and the means of reaching to the president, we can ask to issue an executive order that will recognize dual citizenship. And the reason why we think that way is that in the Constitution of Liberia, there's no mention of dual citizenship. It's the alien law that can recognize dual citizenship. It means that if you happen to take citizenship in another country, you're not recognized as a Liberian. So we think that if she can use her executive power, she can curtail that law. The same thing with people, being out of the country for 10 years. I mean, she can give reasons why, that should be implemented, because many Liberians have left the country and they have lived out of it for a long time and have reasons to be where they are. The last one is going through the Senate and the House to see if they can pass a law that can repeal the previous law. So these are the four strategies that we have. Now, facing the reality, all of these things require a lot of resources in terms of money, in terms of human capacity, in terms of even just the connection. I mean, just to get through all these things, they require a lot of money and time. Now, considering our resources and considering everything that we have, we want to go through the Senate and the House. And we believe very strongly that if we go that path, we should be able to attain what we want. We are not saying that we're not going to go through the other path, but it's not what we're saying. We are doing it based on the resources and our chances. We think that we'll have a better chance on that end. But in the meantime, we are also exploring the other areas. So, as we speak right now, we are in close connection with the Senate Judiciary Committee, and they have agreed to put the bill on the floor. However, they are requesting that we have town hall meetings in Liberia, where we'll go in and interact with the people, get their views, hear what they have to say, and for every one of us to dialogue on the issue. So, in the next couple of weeks, there will be a plan laid out on the entire town hall meeting. We intend to have 3 town hall meetings, and after the town hall meeting, we expect that the bill will be sent to the floor and will be voted upon. Now, all of these things I'm mentioning to you, they require time, money, and everything. But for now, we just want to tell you And for those of you that believe in what we're doing, we just opened an account, and we'll talk about that later on. But for now, I want us to focus on this resolution. If you have any questions at the end of the program, we will ask you that, look, if you believe in what we're doing, we will ask you to at least contribute or support us in any way possible. You can support us financially, you can support us by calling your congressman, you can support us by to your family, and all of these things. So please, we need your support in this effort. But I want to say thank you all for your time, and I'm in the position to answer any question or any comment or anything that you want to say that will make us be successful. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Honorable Wetty, and you've just heard him, but luckily for us, President Geisler is on the line, and I've opened up his line. So, Geisler, you came in when Honorable Wetty was making his introductory remarks. So, if you have anything to add up to that, now may be the time before we begin entertaining questions. So, Honorable Geisler, welcome to the Liberian Diaspora Forum.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much once again for giving us the opportunity to come through your medium to reach the Liberian people in the diaspora. As you clearly heard, the chairman of the Dual Citizenship Committee, Eminent Wetty, has already laid out to you where we are so far. I just want to add that the effort of the dual citizenship is not just to benefit Geisler or Emmanuel Wetty or whomever is speaking for this cause right now. You know, we are looking at the future, the children that we have here, even those who may want to go home tomorrow and want to invest in Liberia. You know, if you are not considered a citizen in a place, your chances or likelihood of investing heavily in that place is very slim. So we'll entertain some questions that we'll be able to expand on some of these things. But this struggle of dual citizenship has been going on since 2004, beginning from the past President Watson time. But at this point in time, we're seeing a lot of light. We have a lot of support on the ground. We have local organizations, Friends of America, that are on the ground, and other groups on the ground who are supporting this cause. With our effort, with our collaboration with our European brethren, with our Australian brethren, with our Ghanaian brothers and sisters, you know, we think we have a better chance this time around. So, again, I just want to say thank you all for coming on, and we will be prepared to answer your question. I mean, this effort is for all of us. It's a global issue. Once it becomes fruition, we are all going to benefit from it. So we hope that you will take your time once we get the account number out to all of you to make your best possible contribution to this effort. So I will just pause here. I know you came on with questions, so we'll be prepared with the eminent and myself. You know, we'll do the best we can do to answer all your questions tonight.
Thank you, President Slay. Well, folks, you've heard the man. I think this discussion is meant to be interactive, that is. So if you have any question, comment, or concern, you know, by all means, please dial *61. And I see a few of you have made entries already, so keep the questions coming. I'd like to begin the questioning process, and for some reason I take extreme pleasure in that. So I'd like to ask either Eminent Wetty, Honorable Wetty or Honorable Geisler, either of you. You spoke of support that we have now that was probably not present in the past. And so even with all of that support, you know, and one thing, every time we talk about fundraising within the Liberian community, you know, my heart breaks, you know, down, because I know people are not very good at fundraising. We don't spend even on things that we believe in. So my question is, have we come to the point where, because in the past someone has said that we needed money to put some things in some lawmakers' pocket to lobby, they didn't want to call it bribery. They said we needed money to lobby with the lawmakers. So is that part of the plan for fundraising? Are we raising money with that also in mind, or the fund that's being sought right now is intended for strictly different things?
Well, the thing is that we do not intend to bribe anybody. There's no issue of bribery that will be involved. What we're seeing here is that there will be town hall meetings and we want to participate in the town hall meetings. And we think that those, considering the circumstances in any democratic society, if you're going to lobby or participate in a gathering, first nature, you need finances that will support you. Even like we are here in the States, how do we travel to Liberia? To even participate in a town hall meeting. If we get there, what do we do? How do we sell the idea? What kind of material I will carry? And all of these things will require us, some kind of money to lobby or keep on the heat. If we're going to go on the air, if we have to present our case in the newspaper, all these things require money. And people should not think that we want to get money to go and bribe. There's no bribery in this. Even if you have to lobby the Senate, the people in the United States Senate, you have to have money to even travel there. Those of us that were involved in the immigration fight, we traveled to Washington, D.C. We did everything we could. During the elections, our brothers and sisters in Rhode Island, they took off work, they took off time and supported the candidacy of Kennedy, the guy who was running, even the other senator in there. So lobbying doesn't necessarily mean bribery.
Okay.
Lobbying will require you having some money and time to make your case. So the money that we're asking for, or the money that we will ask for, is to support the entire endeavor. We call Liberia every day. We speak to people every day in Liberia. All these things required. But for now, some of us are willing to do the sacrifices and make sure that this thing go through. So if any support that we get, it will go towards straight to the town hall meetings and our own in Liberia and promoting this, the whole effort.
Okay. Thank you. I'll begin taking questions here, and I got lots of them. Trust me. Let me start with is this Fejaro Dian? Excuse me if I pronounce your name wrong. Your last 4 digits 1483. Fejaro Dian. If that's not right, please tell us your right name. Tell us where you're calling from and your question for Honorable Wetty or President Gisley.
I'm calling from Ohio. My name is Elijah Tabe. My wife's name is Diana Fitzgerald. I may appear on the on the star text. So thank you. I have a few comments, and then also I have questions. First of all, I must say that I'm very proud to hear my brother Wetty, who is a close friend of my brother Fort Gisley also, and I'm just happy last night when I saw the message about this meeting today, and it was way past the time. I felt bad that I couldn't be on the conference call, so I'm glad that it's repeated tonight. So, Gay and, of course, Brother Wetty, I'm just so happy that you guys decided to repeat it. I'm so proud of you. When Wetty made his remark to open this meeting, that's important, but there was a lot of presumptions made, or a lot of, to me, believing that he used some first name, Brother Jallo, and other names, Kwame, a lot of people that people may not have known, this might have been the first time their conference. So I think just our definition is helpful to know where they stood, what they are, and who they are to make this much more palatable. So I just want to draw that, not a criticism, but I think it's a good thing. Secondly, the idea of bribery came up in your discussion. If we are Americans that want to be Liberian citizens at the same time, bribery is illegal for international people in the American setting. So make sure we know about American international bribery law so that we don't misspeak. We don't know who's listening. But the idea of the dual citizenship thing is, for me personally, is very near and dear to my heart, and I think we all should do all we can to help to make it happen. The 3 strategies that Brother Wetty mentioned that are the possibility to go through, I don't know if he has time, but I wish he would elaborate why we cannot choose the other strategies and how the strategy that you think to pursue is the best strategy, pro and cons. I just be quiet to hear what both he and Gail have to say to help us understand the whole thing. Those of us that are new to the discussion and hope to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Tappet, and we appreciate your comments and everything, your support. First and foremost, all of the strategy require a lot of resources in terms of time, money, and people. So, first thing is let's go with the legal thing. The legal thing, we do support Jallo and his team, and we want to lead that process with them now and see how they're doing, and if there's a need, for us to come in, we will. Remember, under the leadership of President Cassidy, we gave some financial support for Jallo to submit the first initial argument in the case. So as that case is evolving, right now the case is not active now. It's still on the table. So we cannot invest in that. We have to wait until it gets back. I think Jallo and his team are looking at a new strategy. In fact, one of his members on his team have been appointed as chairman of the Election Commission. The guy who is the current chairman of the commission now was part of Jallo legal team. So, right there is an issue. The next one on the Constitution, that one we really need some real serious money if they put the issue on the ballot. For referendum, it means that we'll have to go to Liberia and campaign all of the counties to make sure it passes. First, we have to lobby first to make the ballot. That's one thing. And I don't think I think this. I'm hearing that they're going to have it either at the end of this year or next year, but I'm not too sure on the timetable. So that one is a future thing. And so, since we don't know how that's going to work and the time they're going to be doing their thing, we decided that, all we can do right now is to engage the commission and let them know that we have interest in this case, and anything that we can do to have it work out, we are willing to do it. So if we get a green light from them and say, look, this thing is coming up, we need you guys to do a couple of things, then we can start investing in our other area. The next one on the precedent. Now, we strongly believe, in fact, of everything that we mentioned, this one is cheaper. If we can get to the president, we feel that, she's in her second term, she's, have no political obligation on anybody. She can issue an executive order, and it works. But the question is, how do we get to the president? How do we go around? That's what we are doing. And we have a special team that is actually working on that, and if they come and say, okay, look, everything is set, you guys need to go through the other process, then we're going to do it. The one that we own right now, the Senate and the House, the reason why we think that we'll have a better chance in the House and the Senate is that long before we even got into the picture, the Senate itself have adopted a law, a bill. So they themselves, even with all, we're asking them, Senator Clayton Watterson, Joy Taylor, Sumo
Kupi from Lofa.
From Lofa, or Nangwe from Sano, and other people themselves.
Tom Groupie.
Groupie, and even with all us talking, they drafted a bill, for the dual citizenship. So right there, we believe that, if you guys can do it on their own, then of course, let's try to partner with them and see how we can work together. And that's why we are investing our time in this area.
And just to add just a little bit to what Honorable Wati had just mentioned, in reference to the executive order, which could be one of the easiest routes we could go through, but the downside to the executive order is it will only be good for 1 year. So that means every year we have to go keep getting executive order. And then once this president leaves office, the next president comes in, they don't have an interest, then that means it's a continuous struggle for us. So this is why we are not pushing too much with the executive order. And my being on the conference here tonight, I'm here to support my chairman, who is an expert on this issue. And so when he's dominating the talking, because he's in the forefront on this issue, I'm here to support him, though I'm the president. Where I need to, I will come in and throw a little light here and there, but he'll be the main person. And if he defers to me, definitely I will come in to throw some light on some issues.
Thank you. We'll take the next caller here. 7867. 7867. Please tell us where you're calling from. Tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for the honorable man.
Okay.
7867.
Okay, my name is Musa Keita. Thank you very much, Mr. Kromah. And thanks to the two persons on the show tonight as guests that are talking about dual citizenship. If you recall, of recent, the issue of dual citizenship is sending a negative signal in Liberia. Two signals have been received. First, those that live in the diaspora are financially equipped than those that live back home. That's the first thing. The second concern has to do with recently, allegedly, one Ellen Kafumba, which is an American and also a Liberian, went to Liberia to work, and automatically she was involved allegedly in financial malpractices. The Liberian government is presently finding means to pursue her, and there's no agreement, or if there, I don't know, between the American government and the Liberian government of extraditing her citizen to Liberia. Now, since people are talking about dual citizenship, the information has reached back home, but another fear has come up with just an individual attitude. So I want to urge the gentlemen that are pushing for dual citizenship, there are more to be done in Liberia than in the diaspora preaching the gospel. It will be better that people go on the ground before it be included into a referendum. You can make sure that you use propaganda against it for it to pass, because our people back home don't understand the reality when it comes to dual citizenship. All of the advocates in America will not make impact back home until you get on the ground and work and convince them that the necessity of being a dual citizen is this. That's the only way they will understand and pass it in a referendum. But the president, I can tell you for free, even up to the end of our second term, will not be able to use executive power to make dual citizen an issue in Liberia, because she has a lot of things to think about. That's my concern this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keita. Honorable Emmanuel Wetty, if you want to add to that, our guest list.
Yeah. Okay, my brother, thank you for your concern, and we want to say here that our request for dual citizenship is not a blanket one. There will be rules that will be put in place that will protect the country, the Republic of Liberia. So we do understand that these things happen with corruption. But let's come back and, let's look at the whole thing. I think one thing that we can also suggest is that the Liberian system itself should be able to protect itself. I mean, irrespective of whether the person is a Liberian or whether it's a foreigner, it makes no sense for somebody to deposit or withdraw $2 or $3,000 from the Liberian economy, and there's no trigger. In America, if you go, withdraw or deposit $10,000, somebody's going to ask you a question. So I think we should help make our institutions stronger and our processes stronger. And some of these things we talk about corruption, all these things, they will be controlled or they will be monitored or reduced to a reasonable level. Now, we want to say thank you for your suggestion for us to go on the ground and talk with the people. That's why we're going on the ground. That's why we're having town hall meetings. And we strongly believe that if we go to Liberia and talk to the people, they will understand. Because I can tell you right now, we're having more Liberian groups that are supporting this issue. We have been talking every day on the phone with people in Liberia, and the light is really good. People now are getting to understand. Because first thing, when you speak of dual citizenship, everybody think, is this current generation. No, but when you begin to go and say, look, what happened to your nieces and nephews? What happened to your cousins? What happened to the other children? What happened to them? And people begin to think, oh, yeah, this actually makes sense. You know, this fight is not about us. It's for the younger generation and the generation yet unborn. So, you know, I want to say thank you very much. We are going to Liberia, and we'll do the best we can to make our case.
Actually, Honorable Wetty, you know, I was President Slay, you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, just what I wanted to add is that, see, the whole issue of dual citizenship, like the eminent said, the country itself will have to put some things in place. Yes, we are fighting hard for this dual citizenship. Once it's granted, that doesn't mean that it go into effect right away. Details have to be worked out. First, they will have to accept the dual citizenship. Then they will have to put in place some modalities in terms of if a dual citizen comes to this country and they're coming to do some work here, there will be some contract to be signed, there will be some paper to be signed. If this happens, this what will happen. So there are some nitty-gritty that will be put in place after dual citizenship is granted. So no one can just leave from here, go to Liberia, and try to take advantage of the system. That's not what our struggle is about. Our struggle is to make Liberia a win-win situation for Liberia. Like the eminence in this country, if you go to Western Union tomorrow and wire $10,000, you can rest assured the FBI will be watching you. Somebody will be keeping an eye on you. Somebody will ask you a question. So those things need to be put in place in Liberia too. So they wanted to add that piece on there. That once dual citizenship is granted, then modality will be put in place in terms of how it's carried out.
Thank you. Well, I must say, though, that my heart was broken by the last caller. I mean, because when Eminent Wetty talked about executive order being one of the options, I was really excited about that because I thought, great, if that's possible, even though you had said that will only be good for a year, but I said still, if dual citizenship can be passed by way of executive order at least for a year, our people in Liberia will see within that 1 year that a lot of the myths that they've heard about dual citizenship are actually inaccurate. They will see dual citizenship at work, and their jobs will not slip away. Their lives will not be any different. Probably if it will be different, it will be better. So that way it will serve as some sort of precedent to build upon. But unfortunately, Mr. Keita, the last caller, doesn't think that that's even likely. Anyway, I'll take the next caller. That will be Lassa James. Lassa James 2919. Please tell us where you're calling from and your question for the honorable man. Lassa James.
Yeah, thank you. This is James Lassa calling from Baltimore, Maryland. I have questions for the two young men that are now speaking. I have heard about this event on the internet. And news of the press event has actually left many wondering on which EULA, in fact, is being hosted. And so I have so far again heard the voices of one Emmanuel Wetty and another by the name of Gisler, both of whom have been heard referring to each other as honorable and describing what they refer to as dual citizenship as a struggle when in fact it's a hustle. And I have called to actually register my concern with the host of this program to let them know that these guys are media instigators and architects.
All right, our friend line just dropped, so if you're just joining us, fellow, please, by all means, please dial *61 if you have any question, comment, or concern. Tonight we are hosting the leadership of EULA, President Gisler, and eminent Emmanuel Wetty, who is the chair for Dual Citizenship Committee. So obviously, as you would imagine, the discussion is centers around dual citizenship. Recent conference that was held in Washington, D.C. somewhere around December, resolution that was drafted. So if you have any question, comment, or concern, by all means, please dial *61. And our friend who was just speaking, please, make your entry again, and then we will let you come through to finish what you're saying. With that said, I'll take another caller. I believe this is Senior Yewle, TT73 1373. Honorable Senior, welcome to the Liberian Diaspora Forum. Your question for the Honorable Man.
Yes, Brother Kromah, thank you again for taking my call. Let me first say salute to my former president. I call him my president, Mr. Weti, and of course our dear president, Mr. Gisler. Good evening, Mr. President.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing?
Not so bad, not so bad. I just wanted to, I have two questions. One, even though both of you have somewhat alluded to the question, that is, the question will be, why are you so passionate about this dual citizenship? Then my next question will be, where in the world have you heard, or can you please provide any explanation where in the world a certain president granted a group of people citizenship by executive order? Because no disrespect to our beautiful brothers and sisters who are American citizens, that's who you are, American citizens. So to ask our president, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, to grant you, executive order making you citizen of Liberia, has that been done anywhere in the world before? Thank you so much for taking my call, Mr. President. I listen to you too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it happened in the world before. When the first minister of public works, Donso, I just forgot his name.
Donso.
Yeah, was sent to the Senate for confirmation hearing. They asked him whether he was an American citizen. And he said, yes, I'm an American citizen. And the Senate rejected him because he's an American citizen. The President of the Republic of Liberia has the right to make you a citizen of a nation. They have that right. And he was made Liberian citizen overnight, and he went through the process. The President of the Republic of Liberia have that privilege and that the right they can restore a citizenship on you. You don't even have to be born in Liberia. You have that right to do it. So, yes, it's possible. It happened before, and it's workable. But so on that issue, we know that it's possible, but we don't want to go under that route. We're just saying that these are options that we have, and there's a possibility that we can talk to the president, to see if he can use a single order. But our legal team and the people that we have within it, we advise and tell the exact thing that we do, that everybody will be happy. But the question of the possibility, yes, it's possible that the president can restore citizenship on the person he had before. The next thing is why are we passionate about this issue? Look, Liberia just returned from war, and every one of us look at Liberia in different angles to see how we can contribute towards the development of the country. Some people are pastors. They see that Liberia can only be developed through a religious means. Some people are preaching justice. Some people are preaching, other things. So we all cannot be on the same ship in the same room. It's not possible because everybody sees different ways, how they can add on to the development of the country. We on this end feel that, look, Liberia can only develop if we have dual citizenship. Look at Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone us came from war. A few weeks ago, the president of Sierra Leone was commended by Obama for the economic development in Sierra Leone. What happened? Sierra Leone support dual citizenship for people who went back home and are investing into that country. So we believe that if we have the same thing, Liberia can be developed. So, we can't question why other people want the TRC report to be implemented. I mean, that's their passion. That's what the thing they see. This is our passion. So there are many things that we all can do. We all don't have to be on the same wave, but the development of Liberia requires a lot of views and a lot of skills and a lot of direction.
Yes, and just in addition, while we are so passionate about this thing, everyone cannot come out to speak for an issue at the same time. Someone has to take the lead. And the Union of Liberian Association in America, ULA, decided to take this lead at this time, because this issue that we are fighting for today, yes, you may only be hearing the Wetty voice or Gisler voice or just a few, but this is going to benefit a lot of Liberians. They are just sitting back and waiting to see this happen. Because if you, I know, not even if you were on all the other conferences before, and other Liberians that came on, a lady came from Florida and other places, who mentioned that they want to go back to invest. But if you go back over to invest and you don't have that right to property, then some of them are reluctant. Look at in Ghana, why Ghana is booming. A Ghana man leave from here today, he get back in Ghana, he's a Ghanaian. He have the freedom, everything. They don't look at him as he gets citizenship in London or this place. So once you know that your status is protected in a particular area, you will be free-hearted to go and invest. We will be taking jobs back to the country. Not everyone trying to go back over and look for a job in Liberia. If we want a job, we all are here. We all get credentials. We can go to Monrovia, be there for 2-3 months. I bet you we can find something to do. But that's not what we want to do at this time. We want to make sure that Liberians across the globe can go back home, who have dual citizenship, can go back home and be at ease and do what they want to do legitimately to benefit our nation.
Thank you, President Slay. Thank you. We'll go ahead with our entertaining questions. So, fellows, if you're just joining us, folks, if you're just joining us, we have the privilege of hosting eminent Emmanuel Wetty of Dual Citizenship Committee and ULA National Chair President, Honorable Gisler. I noticed a lot of you have joined us, and if you have any question, comment, or concern, by all means, please dial *61. Even though I got a lot of questions, but keep them coming so that you can have a say. We'll take the next caller, 6105. 6105. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for the honorable man. 6105.
Let me begin by giving thanks for allowing me to ask my question or my comment. My name is Anthony Aaron Zaze. I'm calling from Cottage Grove, Minnesota. I will start with my comment. That is, I don't want us to emphasize on development because statistically, Liberians that are carrying development in Liberia, the first group, they are divided in 3 groups. The first group are those on TPS, our own polling. And when you ask them, the only thing they will tell you is because they're going back home. They don't feel safe here. They are not citizens. The second groups are those who are permanent residents. The same thing, the same pattern. Citizens, Liberian citizens, or Liberian who gain U.S. citizens, believe me or not, they are more reluctant to carry on development, okay? The reason is simple. Some of them don't even think of going home. If they should go home, it's for job business or job purposes. Now, I know it's good. If it works, praise God. I will be one of the beneficiaries. But I want also look at the country as whole, Liberia. Whether it will benefit the country. I know I heard a lot of you guys saying development. But if you really look at it, the dual citizenship, it's not only going to work for we that live in the United States. If you gain citizenship in the United States, remember there are other Liberians living in Guinea and the neighboring country. If you gain citizenship in Guinea or Sierra Leone or Ivory Coast, you will not deny the same people, or not even Liberia, Ivorians that come into Liberia want to gain citizenship. You will not deny them. So they have to work both ways. You can't get gain citizenship in the next man country and without the next man coming to gain citizenship in your country. Number 3, one of the disadvantages I'm really afraid of is this. It's going to undermine the American government to persecute people that are going to do harm in Liberia. And I will give you an example. The reason why Chucky Taylor is in jail today is because he's an American citizen. He's not even Liberian. And the fact that he went to Liberia and fought, and U.S. law prohibits any
any American citizen to go in any country and commit atrocity. And that's why he did. That was why you were persecuted for. You were not persecuted because Liberians asked the U.S. government to persecute him. You were persecuted because he was a U.S. citizen. But if there was a dual citizenship, believe it or not, Chucky Taylor were not going to be persecuted. Or if you were going to be persecuted, you will have a lot of credibility. In other words, Chucky Taylor, a lawyer who asked extradition. In other words, look, Chucky Taylor is not just a U.S. citizen. He's as well as Liberian citizen. So when he committed atrocity, the better we send him there. And if that was going to happen, believe me or not, probably I'm going to be a free man today. So I want you to look at the pros and the cons, not just what you want to in charge, but look at what the harm is going to do to the country. For development, you don't have to be a U.S. citizen before you develop your country. Or even if you're a U.S. citizen with the knowledge of Liberian citizenship, you can still develop. I develop in Liberia. I just came from Liberia. So my brothers, sisters on this forum, I want us to look at it two ways. And again, I'll be one of the beneficiaries. Honorable Witty, you tell me, without you becoming, without the dual citizenship, if dual citizenship don't pass it, will you not develop Liberia? You tell me. I got children there here. If they want to be a Liberian citizen, they will go and denounce their U.S. citizenship. It's easy. If you want to come back to the United States, you come back. You can't be two at the same time. Without dual citizenship passing, will you not carry development in Liberia? Question.
Thank you. Wetty?
Yes.
Can you develop Liberia without being without the dual citizenship bill going through?
Well, the question the brother asked, I am participating in the development of Liberia by sending money to my family, my friends, by making sure that my people are able to build homes, making sure that my family are in school, supporting the institutions in Liberia. That's my way of development. It got nothing to do with whether I have green card, whether I have citizenship, whether I'm on TPS. I'm attached to Liberia, and by any means, I will do everything I can to make sure the country is developed. Now, but look at this thing. Look at the legal law in Liberia. The brother did mention that if you come out, you will benefit. But the question is that, what if tomorrow our investment is challenged? What if tomorrow somebody comes out? Because the law in Liberia is very strict on property. If you're not a Liberian citizen, you cannot own the land. It's very strict. So right now, things are fine. Nobody asking a question. But what if tomorrow your great-grandchildren go and do some investment, and somebody come and ask them, "Oh, are you a Liberian citizen?" What happened to that person? So these are things that we're talking about. We don't have to wait until it happens. You can prevent these things from happening because they are on the books. It's a law on the book that if you're not a Liberian, you cannot own a property. So when do you want us to talk? When somebody is a victim, then we should come out. Are you telling me that somebody is going to invest their money in Liberia or Liberian knowing the law? Look what happened today. Just the other day, 4 weeks ago, someone was appointed Minister of Commerce. 4 weeks ago. This guy was born in Liberia. He was born in Liberia. His father was born in Liberia. His mother. In fact, I spoke with the mother. The man came to the States at the age of 9. But his name is not Wetty. His name is not Nimne. His name is not Flomo. Or his name is not Kortie or Sam. He got a name that is not our name. Guess what happened? Somebody questioned him. Is he a Liberian? They questioned him. Oh, he's not a Liberian. He's not a Liberian. He had to take on extra resources to defend himself. These are the things we're talking about. The issue of the dual citizenship that is being used as someone told me that it's not a new 88A in Liberia. As soon as they appoint you to a position, oh, the man is not a Liberian. The man is an American citizen. All of these laws, when we hear it, people begin to think that, oh, wait a minute, am I going to invest and someone tell me that I'm not a Liberian? But let me come back to what you said about Chucky Charlie. You made a very good point. There are laws on the book. If you commit a crime, an American citizen, you will be arrested and you'll be detained and you'll be prosecuted according to the law. So there are laws on the book. But let me end on this note. You know, every time in America, when they introduce a new product, they introduce a new law that will accommodate the new challenges of that product or that services. If the lawmakers in Liberia decide to pass dual citizenship, they are going to pass laws that will protect the entire process. Because the current structure, the current law in Liberia, you know, is not supporting the whole thing. So you can't say the current law will still remain in place. The guys there will make the laws that will protect the entire, you know, process that will involve those that have dual citizenship, what happens to them in case of X, in case of Y. So we have to think and we have to know that, look, people have vision and they will think this thing through. Thanks.
And let me just add, when the brother was asking his question earlier, he made a comment that I pick up about the struggle being for Liberians in America. This whole issue of dual citizenship and our struggle for dual citizenship, it is not just for Liberians residing in the United States of America. A Liberian child that was born in the Ivory Coast, in Danane, during the conflict, is considered to be an Ivorian. Though he may have been born to a Liberian mother and a Liberian father, but he was born in the Ivory Coast, so he's not considered a Liberian. He was born in Sierra Leone to both Liberian parents, he's not considered a Liberian. These are the people that we are fighting for. It's not just for Liberians who are residing here in the United States. We're fighting for Europe, for Africa, for Asia, for all the continents. Liberians that were born in those areas. That's what this whole struggle is all about. So people should not get it mixed up to say, oh, we are only speaking for Liberians in the America alone. No, we are speaking for all Liberians globally. That's what this whole struggle is all about.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take the next caller. 9271, 9271. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and your question for the Honorable Man. 9271.
Yeah, Mr. Morris, this is Toto from Pittsburgh, PA.
George Toto, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, buddy?
Welcome to the show.
I don't have a question. Of course, I just wanted to raise a point on one of the gentlemen that called, and then he went up the line about raising, or you want to question the forum on when it comes to leadership of EULA.
Oh.
And then he went up line. You know, so I wanted for the administration to make a point on that, you know, to clear the air, you know, to tell him the leadership of EULA and why EULA is. Probably he doesn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
Honorable Toto, thank you for bringing that point up, but I don't think it is necessary at this time, you know, to address that. When he comes back on and he insists, then we can address it. But right now, we want to just focus on the dual citizenship issue. I mean, we have spoken on those issues before. It is clear to the diaspora Liberians who their leaders is or who their leaders are. You know, so I think we're going to leave it as that for now, for tonight. We will address the issue of dual citizenship when they come back and there's a need. I think we will address it. With all due respect, first vice, please.
Thank you. Folks, if you're just joining us, and many of you have within the last 5 minutes, we are hosting the leadership of EULA, President Gay Sled, and the chairman on Dual Citizenship Committee, Eminent Emmanuel Wetty. Of course, we are discussing dual citizenship. So if you have any thought, any concern, comment, or question, please dial *61. I'll take our next caller, James Wilson. James Wilson the second. James Wilson, I think that's 5473. James Wilson, please tell us where you're calling from and your question.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. This is Father James Wilson. Thanks so much, my brother, for giving me the opportunity. And
thank you.
Also, I want to say thanks to Honorable Whitey and Honorable Sled and the entire EULA leadership for the effort in putting this in prioritizing dual citizenship. Maryland, the leadership of Maryland County Association welcomes the initiative and the effort, and we prioritize dual citizenship as well. At our last convention held in New Jersey, we passed a resolution that we should work with EULA on this whole issue of dual citizenship. So you have our support. So on behalf of our President, Felicia Lante, I just want to say that you have the support of NAPCA, National Maryland County Association. The point I want to make tonight is that let us not be discouraged. Okay, the conversation we are having today, it is better and it's good for us to have the conversation now than to wait the next 5 years to come. No matter how long it takes us for us to get approval for dual citizenship, it doesn't matter how long it will take. We will get approval eventually. We will get approval. It requires a great deal of civil society education for people to understand why we're pushing at this time for dual citizenship. If we do not talk about it now, we can never talk about it again, and it will affect our future, it will affect our country tomorrow. The question of dual citizenship is far beyond development. Dual citizenship provides stability, it provides security, and it provides investment for any country. And more than that, it stabilizes the life of those who are born outside of Liberia. It gives them a better future. For those who are born in other countries and their parents are Liberians and will let them go home tomorrow. More than that, for those of us who are here right now, there's a gentleman who spoke not too long ago, people on TPS, people on payment, going back and investing in Liberia. It's very good. You go to Liberia right now, a lot of people are building homes and are investing, including citizens of this country. But the next 5 years to come, those who are building homes today, who are citizens, and are investing in Liberia will end up losing their properties. Because the question will come up, you are not a Liberian citizen anymore. You are American citizen, then why are you building in this country? We got to be smart. We got to look into the future. We got to look beyond what we are doing. So the fight today is not about us. It's about Liberia itself, stabilizing the country, creating more investment, and creating more investors going to Liberia and doing other things. So I'm glad we're having the conversation now, ladies and gentlemen, on this forum tonight, and I'm glad we're doing it. If we don't do it, history is going to judge us tomorrow. So let us not be discouraged. It will take a lot of time. My only concern I have, and my question is, and Whitey and Sled, is that what is the involvement of the religious community, the Liberian Minnesota Council of Churches, because this fight really is something that concerns all Liberians, and it's a civil society engagement. And there should be a companionship between the church and the civil society. It's far beyond religion. It doesn't matter what kind of religion you have. You know, it doesn't matter. We Liberians will be open-minded and look beyond religion and look beyond ethnicity. This is something about our national identity, something that will benefit our country, something that will benefit children who were not born in Liberia but will let them go home tomorrow. So all sectors of life need to get involved. The religious community, the Islamic community, the Christian community, we all need to get involved in Liberia and create the kind of civil society education for people to understand these things. Like, look, other countries are benefiting right now. Right there in Africa, we all know it. A place like Ivory Coast, just think about Ivory Coast have accepted dual citizenship. But we Liberians, when it comes to something, we want to argue for something. There are people who left this country and went and working in the government today. You know, working in the government and they get a job. Anytime they go there, you are a citizen. Then why are you here? Dual citizenship will encourage investment, civilize Liberia, and will benefit all of us. So those are the points I want to make. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Father James. Thank you. Your opinion is very well appreciated. Honorable Whitey, Honorable Slack, anything to add to that?
Yes, Father, thank you very much. the effort we have made with the religious community to admit it's not in the States, and I think you have introduced a new avenue for us to really consider. Right now in Liberia, we have the father of John Law, with the John Law Senior. He has agreed to be our contact person with the Liberian Council of Churches or Interfaith Committee. And 2 weeks ago here in Abu Talk, he has presented our case to the council, and they're now looking at it to see if they can support us. We have high hopes that we'll be getting their endorsement. So in Liberia, we are engaging the Interfaith Committee. But in the States, yes, that's true. We just engage the counties, and we engage other organizations, but not the religious groups. So I think I want to tell you, thank you very much for that suggestion. I think it's something that we're going to call a meeting and, reach out to the churches and see what we can do. But thank you very much for that suggestion.
And also, I want to just add also to Father Wilson, thank you all very much to the Maryland County Association in Americas for even taking that to your national convention and discussing the issue there and agreeing to working along with Jula. I'm glad to hear this, and I will have the chairman on dual citizenship contact your president, Mrs. Felicia Lamte, so that we can see how we can materialize your effort made in New Jersey while you were there. So let her know that the union appreciate the effort that you guys made so far, and we are looking forward to working with you, and we say thank you all very much.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with the next caller. 5129, 5129. Your name, where you calling from, and your question for the honorable man. 5129.
My name is Abdullah Dugle. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio. I used to live in New York anyway. What?
So welcome to the show. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Honorable D.D. Slay. This is Abdullah Dugle from Milwaukee.
Yeah. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're moving around.
No, this is my final destination anyway. Well, it's very interesting, but it's a very brilliant idea, and there's a problem. I think that would be like how to sensitize our people back home. The social environment in Liberia is very, very complicated because our people need to be, first of all, educated. We here, we will look at the situation from a different perspective, and they will look at it from a different perspective over there. Quite recently, there was a religious problem over there. Like other people saying Christianizing Liberia, and other people bring a petition to support an article against that. So the issue of dual citizenship is very, 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 very interesting, and I applaud Yula for that. But I think I want to ask you, Gabe Slay, what are you guys doing, first of all? Because if you start something here, you must have a grassroots organization in Liberia in terms of sensitizing our people over there, because it's a very sensitive issue, because it would be misinterpreted. Some laymen over there, the wheelbarrow boys and stuff, will say, well, if they are talking about dual citizenship and they explain it to them, somebody becoming a slave for two different countries, we know. From my tribe, especially, I'm a Madingo man, the next thing people will consider, well, people want to come from Guinea or other places to come and be citizens in Liberia. So what are you guys doing to actually establish a grassroots level organization or sensitization committee in Liberia so that people can be educated about this dual issue stuff that you guys are starting right now?
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much. I know you mentioned my name. The eminent will come in too, but we are doing several things on the ground right now to promote the whole issue. When you listened earlier, it was mentioned that we have some grassroots organizations, even the university, the Liberian University students at the University of Liberia. Last spring, when eminent Kessley and the board chairman, Wilma Kunin, went to Liberia and had a town hall meeting with the university student in Monrovia, the pledge and join their support in promoting our cause on the ground. And in Liberia, even when I was there in January, the president herself mentioned it, that whenever the university students get involved in something or whenever they are speaking, the whole country listens. And we are glad that we have them on our side, to help push this issue. We also have several other groups, including another group called Friends of America. They are in Liberia to a grassroots Liberian organization. They are also in support of this issue too as well. And we are planning on sending delegates to Liberia by the end of this month that will hold town hall meetings to educate the people in Monrovia and outside Monrovia as well. We're going to hold about 3 different town hall meetings, one in Montserrat County, and 2 other counties will be selected to go outside the city, probably as far as Grand Gila or in Maryland, to hold one out there and then go to Lofa and hold another one out there. So we are doing all we can do, to educate the people, take the issue to the people, and then we can hold town hall meeting where we can educate them and answer their questions as well and let them know the true reason why the dual citizenship effort is being pursued so far.
Thank you. Eminent Wetty, you got something to add?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right.
Okay, thank you. Well, folks, let me get a few housekeeping stuff out of the way here. If you like to listen to a repeat broadcast of tonight's show, by all means, please dial 559-726-1299 and use the same access code that you used tonight to come on the show. That way, get you the recording for tonight's show. And also, may I inform you that next week, Sunday, we'll be hosting a new organization, a new Liberian organization called Coalition for Justice. They are interested in documenting war crimes and pursuing former warlords and former warlords. They'll be here next week, Sunday. That should be interesting. We invite you to tune into that. And the Sunday following that, we have a sister who is working seriously to bring DNA testing to Liberia. Her name is Mawata Kamara. She's with us tonight listening. She will be our guest after next week's show. So we got a long week ahead of us. We'll take the next caller, and we'll say, Yewula is back for follow-up concern. Seyon, welcome back to the show.
Yes, no, thank you so much, Brother Kromah. Let me emphasize that announcement, if you may. Thank you for making that announcement. Next week, Sunday, we'd love to be on to listen to Voices for Justice and Peace in Liberia. Having said that, let me say that I was somewhat, taken aback when my president, I call him again my president, Mr. Wetty, justified that when I asked the question, where in the world, have we seen or heard any sitting president, granted citizenship to a group of people or to anybody. And he pointed out a case of, one Liberian American, and said the president did that, and I was very struck to hear that, because even in this country, people don't grant citizenship to people. Citizenship is not a permanent residency. It's a serious issue. When I listen to some of the callers, even our honorable guests, both of them, they are talking about serious issue. So to say that Liberia is the only country on the planet Earth where the president can grant people citizenship, that's a serious thing that we all should be thinking about. What are you for or against dual citizenship? Because that's not how it works. Let me close that scene. When he mentioned Sierra Leone did not get acknowledged by our president, Mr. Barack Obama, because of dual citizenship. I know he didn't say that, but let me just say that for the record. No, Sierra Leone is recognized for her effort in championing development through the rule of law. Malawi, the same thing. The president of Malawi is also quoted in that same story. One of the reasons why developments are taking place, because they are accompanied by the rule of law. But in Liberia, you don't have that. You still have rule of men and women. You don't have rule of law. So to talk about a Liberian president granting citizenship through executive power, I think that's something that this committee should consider seriously, because our country is already at the brink of war and anything can happen now. So to infuse it into that or something, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. But thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you, Mr. Senior. Always.
Okay.
Before you move on, though, and before you move on, we all listened to Eminent Wati when he spoke earlier. I did not hear him saying that that the president of Liberia is the only president in the world who can grant that. He only made reference to a specific situation when we were speaking on Liberia issue. So he did not say that Liberia president is the only president who has such a power.
In addition to that, even in the United States here, there are many times that people or people that fought for the United States during war, the president of the United States can restore citizenship on that person. So it's within the domain of the presidency. So subtract anybody, but it's within the domain of the president to do that. Even in a great country, when incident where the president has restored citizenship on somebody who fought on behalf of the United States, so the president got that power to do it. You know, I only made that example to tell you that it actually exists. It's not foreign. It's how the president does it that will make a difference. But I just want you to know that it actually exists. And on the issue of Sierra Leone, I did not say that the Sierra Leone president was welcome in the White House because it was citizenship. So, like you mentioned, Sierra Leone was recognized because of the economic progress they are making. And I was saying that one of the reasons why they are progressing is that because they are allowing all of the citizens to come home and participate in the development of Sierra Leone. Thank you.
Okay. Now, before we move on, let me say for the record, though, one of our previous guests here, highlighted on the issue of Losuni Donzo specific issue, which just came up that we keep going back and forth with. When Honorable Donzo first appeared before the House for confirmation, when he was asked whether he was a U.S. citizen, and he said yes, the House said they could not confirm a U.S. citizen to a cabinet minister job because he wasn't a Liberian. So they kicked him out, for lack of a better term. So what we heard, according to some of our previous guests, was that the president then lobbied with the lawmakers and, have tete-a-tete with them, I think we all know what lobbying means. And then Honorable Donzo was told to renounce the U.S. citizenship by regaining his Liberian citizenship. So we were told that he then applied for a Liberian passport. Now, no one knows for sure whether he actually gave up the U.S. citizenship. No one cared to verify that, but at least he had to reapply for a Liberian passport, which then signified that he was a Liberian. And before going forward with the confirmation, that's all happened. That's what we heard, So I don't think President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf actually, bestowed citizenship on Losuni Donzo. I don't think that was the case. Just for the record, that's what we heard. We'll take the next caller.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I must say, I heard different. So it's something that we can all verify because it happened within 24 hours.
True.
The issue we're talking about, it happened within 24 hours. So within 24 hours, there was an executive thing that went on to go through the whole entire process. So, what I heard, maybe
it's debatable.
Yeah, it's debatable. So but I know the process took place in 24 hours, and I do know for a fact that the president of the Republic of Liberia, within their power, can restore citizenship on someone. That I do know.
Great. Okay. All right. We will take, I believe this is Musa Keita from Rochester, Minnesota again. Honorable Keita, welcome back to the Liberian Diaspora Forum Talk Show. Mr. Keita?
Okay, hello.
Mr. Keita, 7867?
Yeah, I'm on the line. How are you?
I just got your line. You got something to say? You made an entry.
Okay. I want to recommend something here. First of all, the committee, if they will allow, that be a condition though, that for the beginning and for the record, that dual citizenship be accorded to people that have lived all Liberia want to get Liberian citizenship, having lived all Liberia for a number of years, for at least 10 years, to guarantee their activity. And after 10 years, then they can be accorded a permanent dual citizenship. That's the recommendation I want to make, because you have double taxation to be paid to the two countries. If you want to join the army, you have to denounce one of the countries, even on a dual citizenship. That's a problem there. So can we take 10 years for the record and for the beginning, and if you exhibit good leadership and good sportsmanship as a citizen for the two countries, then permanently you can be given the dual citizenship. Thank you very much. That's a recommendation I want to make.
Thank you, Mr. Keita. What's your new suggestion?
We'll take that into consideration, but we just want our audience to be aware that we have made it our strategy not to dictate to members of the House of the Senate what ingredients, what law they should put in place if they want to get dual citizenship. What we're seeing here is that we want it to happen. How it happen and what to do, we want to leave that to the best judgment, because they are the elected officers of the Republic of Liberia. So, but what you say is good, and we have the opportunity to make suggestions. We will consider what you're talking about.
Thank you. President Slade?
So the eminence cover it. We can move forward.
Great. We'll go back to Zizi. Mr. Zizi, welcome back to Liberian Diaspora Forum. Your follow-up question, sir.
Yeah, thank you again for taking my question. Let me just quickly make a comment regarding the power president have to grant it dual citizenship. So I've not seen it anywhere, and nobody should tell us, even in America, if you find it, let's say you join the army, president got the power. No, nobody, no president has it. That is why we see the immigration debate so hard. These things actually have to be approved by Congress. Obama don't have power. If there was power, long time probably Bill Clinton finished passing citizenship to all these immigrants here. Congress have the power. Except in Liberia, I don't know much about Liberia. But now, I want to go back again to the harmful effect it will cause us. I know you're talking about security. I know Father Wilson on the line. You know me very well. All of us may be a beneficiary. I repeat that. I know we all heard about George Bush being arrested. Okay? He was arrested and in prison in the United States here to be persecuted. But based on crime he committed in Liberia. But when they checked his record, he was not a citizen. People thought he was a citizen. He was just a permanent resident. So they have to ask him out. And my point here is our law in Liberia is 4 weeks to persecute criminals. Our only help is those of us that are living in the diaspora who are citizens or may be citizens in the future. The fact that we are just holding one citizen, U.S. citizenships, that will minimize us committing crime in Liberia. It will minimize us making crime in Liberia, because you know very well that if you go commit crime in Liberia, if Liberia law don't persecute you, United States law will persecute you. So let me just make it clear. Chucky Taylor is in jail today because he was a U.S. citizen. And said we don't have dual citizenship, U.S. Government has the right to persecute him. George Bush is not in jail today. As much as they may have committed the same crime, he was let to go free because he is not a U.S. citizen. If we had a dual citizenship today, George Bush would be in jail. Like any of us today, when we leave from here, we go to Liberia, we commit any atrocity to our own people who come back here, being a United States citizen, the law will persecute us. But if the dual citizenship passes, then it become less. Lawyer will plead that, you know what, let's send him back to where he is a citizen in both countries. So you have no right to persecute him when you're citizen in both countries. So you are weakening. So that's lack of security. So don't tell me when dual citizenship passes, we're going to have security. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me when dual citizenship passes, we're going to have development, because Nigeria that has the dual citizenship today, I spoke with almost 3 of them before getting on the forum. He said, no. He said the only benefit they get is they get them freeway. You know, you go, you don't need visa, you don't need to pay for visa. And the disadvantage we're going to have, again, because in fact what the guy told me was, that alone, because the amount they were paying for visa, okay, it was enough, it was in the millions. But now their embassy is even struggling right now, okay. That would have been revenue. The same way when dual citizenship passed it today, the visa we're paying for to go to Liberia, which have been the revenue to keep our embassy running, to release the burden from our taxpayer in Liberia, that one will drain away. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, 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 I know it benefits all of us, but let's look at the pro and the cons. Please.
Okay.
Please.
So what's the question?
The comment I want to ask Mr. Whitty again. Mr. Whitty, can you please tell me? Can you tell me if dual citizenship passes, what kind of mechanism you really think will be in place that if I leave from here and go to Liberia and pay atrocity and come back here and I'm arrested, and I tell U.S. government, I tell my lawyer, I say, I'm a citizen, so let him tell me. Okay, I know in Liberia our law is so weak to persecute me. What kind of mechanism you have in place that
Thank you.
Those things will not take place?
Thank you.
Okay, like I mentioned to you, my brother, I said that, every new situation provides new opportunity for new laws. And members of the House and the Senate will pass the appropriate laws to protect the country, the Republic of Liberia. So I can't tell you right now what are the laws that will be put in place that will to protect the whole thing. We talk about Nigeria. I know a couple of Nigerian doctors are left from here. Even a Sierra Leone here in Columbus who had his own practice. When the passed dual citizenship law, he took his practice from Columbus and went to Sierra Leone. He felt that he was protected. Now he's in there with his practice. So, a lot of people are leaving, going to Sierra Leone, going back home because of that law. As a matter of fact, the Sierra Leone government, in their, equivalent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they have a diaspora office in Sierra Leone that look at the interests of all of the citizens outside of Sierra Leone. So they encourage the hunt, they fish out for the people to come back home and give them all the incentive. The next thing is you talk about the passport. When you pass dual citizenship, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody wants to have it. You have to apply for it. The Ghanaians that do it, they have two passports. You have to apply for it. So somewhere you have to be identified that you are in that capacity. So you're not just going to walk, through. No, you have to go to the embassy and apply and have a visa and have a passport to say this person holds dual citizenship. So there will also be revenue for the embassy. So we're not taking all that revenue. But let me tell you something. Dual citizenship will bring development, will bring security, and above all, it will bring family reunion. Family reunion. There will be no noise about family property. There will be no noise about people saying, I'm not a Liberian, or you are an American. So we see the future. The countries that have dual citizenship are going ahead. Their citizens are going back home and participating in the process with peace. Thank you.
Let me come in real quick. I know the eminent has adequately addressed the issue on dual citizenship that our brother raised. I just wanted to make a comment on the issue of Dr. George Bole. Of course, not the subject of discussion, but then he brought it up for the listening audience. The arrest and deportation of Dr. Bole was not because of whatever happened in Liberia. No one in Liberia have been prosecuted for what they did in Liberia as a Liberian. Dr. Bole was arrested here because of an immigration issue that he was having here in this country. So because of that, he was deported from this country. So he was not deported because of if he did anything in Liberia, but he was arrested here because of immigration issues. So I just wanted to throw light on that so that people who are listening would know. So it's good Kromah will make this comment, but let's be informed and know what we're talking about.
Thank you. Folks, we are well over halfway point into the show. So, and I see a lot of you here. So if you have any question, comment, or concern, please dial *61, or you may text your question to 612-203-3820. All right, so we will take our next caller, and I believe this is Mr. Bangali Trawale from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Mr. Trawale, welcome to the show. Your question for the Honorable Man.
Thank you very much. You got it right. My name is Ngali Trawale from Broken Center. Thank you very much. Before I give my question, I have a question, but I just like to make a little comment before I make give my question. I want to first of all thank Father Wilson who came on earlier, and he spoke very nice and on the same issue. He and I spoke on it before. I spoke with his county president on it. Serving my capacity as a membership chair for EULA, I spoke with them, and to only hear tonight that, of course, that was discussed at the convention, and they pretty much endorsed it, and with us, I'm very much delighted for that, and I want to applaud the county for that and thank him. And the point he stressed about religious involvement, clergy people involvement, that's a brilliant idea, which I would like to expand on. On Ziz's point, one thing I would like to just say there quickly is that Ziz, keep making this statement over and over every now and then as though he's debating. But one thing I want to tell Ziz, he said one thing, that Liberia justice system is so weak. If a man is a citizen in comes here, if that man is sent by, he will not be persecuted. So that just want me to say to him, want to concentrate on the Liberia justice system that you're talking about is being weak. These are things that we need to concentrate on. If you let it weak like that and you say, yeah, this is our system, you already know Liberian justice system is weak. If that man goes back, nothing will happen. But you're a citizen of America, he will be prosecuted, will be put in jail. So you embrace the system here, the justice system better more than so. Why not concentrate on those things? They're talking about if you're a citizen, So I just want him to think of that seriously, that all the ills and weaknesses and what in Liberia, we all need to concentrate on it. So, but for the question now, to my dear eminent, we understand EULA is doing everything to get down there in Liberia and continue the sensitization process, telling our people what's the benefit of these and so on. I know in some part of last year, Eminent Kessely and the board chair were all in Liberia. They spoke to people at the University of Liberia. But given the trend at which we are looking in, and Father Wilson just talk about involving other people. So I'm asking, is there any plan for EULA to go not only in Monrovia, but to various counties? Now we're getting counties endorsement here. Are they going to go to counties that they're able to get, not every county, and have a forum, town hall with citizens of that county? Is there anything like that in the plan? Should they get to Liberia? And another area I'm looking at potential group of people that we get to the sporting organizations. Is there any plan too that they can get to them? If not, is there anything that they can consider when they get to Liberia? Viable sporting organization, i.e., even the old-timer, Alpha old-timer, those are stakeholders in Liberia today. Let's sell the idea to them if possible. Is there anything in the pipeline in that direction? If not, can you look at my recommendation seriously?
Thank you.
We can diversify the whole effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my brother, that's the reason why we are going to Liberia, to visit counties and to meet with the citizens of the Republic of Liberia to discuss the issue. So that's why we're going. The tentative plan right now is to have one town hall meeting in Monserrado, to have one town hall meeting in Manga, and to have one town hall meeting in Grange there. But what I'm saying to you is not stone yet until the Senate they approve everything. So yes, the plan here is to meet the people and discuss with them and let us exchange views and see what's going to happen. Yes, we do have plans to meet as many people as possible, and that's why we send things out there. We are going to be inviting people to get on on the stream, and any idea they can give will be very supportive. Yes, we do have plans to reach as many people as possible, and we are doing that right now.
Thank you. President Slay, anything?
No. It's cover. I mean, the eminent cover everything, the issues. So we'll move on.
Okay. 2771 9771 9271. Your name, where you calling from, and your question for the honorable man.
Yeah, this is Toto again from Pittsburgh, PA.
Welcome, Judge Toto.
Yeah, thanks to the president and Chairman Whitey for the good job they are doing. I just want to get clarification. The issue of the town hall and meeting some of the stakeholders that the brother just mentioned. Is the Senate supposed to approve of the town hall before the Dual Citizenship Committee execute the town hall and other meetings?
We are working in partnership with the Senate, yes. Pretty much, I would say technically, yes. Because the Senate is saying that they cannot bring the issue on the floor except we have town hall meetings. And the argument that this has to do with the Constitution, this has to do with the laws, this has to do with a lot of things. And we also think they are right. We believe that we agree with them. Now look, it's a good thing that we engage the people. Even here in the States, we all are here in America. Even we that here, we have different views. So one more other point in Liberia. So the Senate are saying that due to the sensitivity of this issue, it will be a good idea to engage the people. And we want to work in partnership with them. We can't go in Liberia and just have meetings and what no outcome. Because the thing, our plan is that if we're going to ask people for money, if we're going to ask people to support us, we have to get something in return. We're not going to Liberia for photo ops. We're not going to Liberia for any political gain. We're going to Liberia to meet the people, hear what they have to say, and have the Senate to discuss the issue and put it on the floor for a vote.
Thank you. We've got follow-up callers here. One is obviously Senior Yawlegi. Mr. Senior, welcome back to the show. Your point quickly. Senior?
Yes, sir. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sorry. Thank you again for taking my call. Yes, I'm so glad that others have raised the issue, and like I said, I think the approach our advice the committee on dual citizenship that is so passionate about this issue to not jeopardize their own effort. Like many callers, particularly GZ, if the dual citizenship passes, thank God, I will benefit. I can't deny that. I'm not a citizen yet, but it can make me to even get American citizenship too. Then at least the law says I can do that. But to say that the president must use executive power, I hope that would be something that you will erase from your plan because it's not productive. I don't think that's the route you want to go because nowhere in history has any president done that. Never in history. All presidents, at least for one thing, must uphold their own constitution. So for any president, unless you can tell me in the Liberian Constitution, it's written that the president has the right to grant people citizenship, executive power. And I know it's not there. So if it's not in the Constitution, so then what gives the president executive power? What extra power does the president have? Anyway, like one of my good friends said, Liberia is a natural joke. So maybe that's how joking Liberia can be sometimes. When the president single-handedly can grant citizenship to people. Citizenship, like I said, let me close on this. It's a serious issue. It speaks to the heart and soul of the nation. If anybody can just get citizenship, then it will be easy for people to get citizenship even in this great country. But it's not easy because it's more than just development and what have you. So I hope as you proceed with your work, wish you the very best. but give the people the right information so they can decipher how to go about. But remove that issue of the president having the power to get on citizenship. I don't think that's a good tactic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, brother, thank you very much. Let me make myself very clear for the record. I said it is within the domain of the presidency to do that. That's what I said. And that's why we are considering that option now. And that's one of the 4 options that we are considering. So, where we see fit, where we think our resources will be, where we think that things will happen, we are going to try. But we do know that the president can do that. Yes, my brother, we consider what you're saying, and, we do respect that. But at this point, that option is one of the 4 that we have. And we are pursuing all of the 4. And if we think that's an opportunity we can go through, that's fine. But for you to say that we should take that off the table, we have passed a resolution, and we're going to live by that resolution, and we're going to go forward with that, depending on our resources that we have.
Thank you. I'd like to ask. I know you had mentioned about the issue of fundraising earlier, and that's very significant to me, considering that you've been on this show before. We've had this discussion before, but never once did we mention funding. But all of us know that it's a very, integral part of it. You can't do anything now and then without some financial backing. So my question is, I know the push for dual citizenship didn't just start today. Probably didn't even start with you. So how has the effort been funded in the past? And then as we talk about fundraising now, approximately, just roughly, how much are we looking to raise in order to realize some meaningful push?
Mr. Moderator, thank you very much for that question. In the past, we've been using people's own personal money. People that are committed to this cause will go to Liberia, will make the phone calls, will make their own travel and everything. Recently, at the All Liberian Conference in D.C., we want to say thanks to President Geisler and his leadership team in Eula. They were able to honor the entire cost of the convention, which came up to about 7,000 plus. As God may have it, and our supporter were with us. The conference was very successful, and Eula was able to get their money with additional profit from the conference. And the conference itself, including Eula and other people, we were able to open our own account with an initial amount of $1,900. And sooner or later we'll be asking for help. According to what we know right now, the town hall meeting will cost us about $20,000 US dollars. It will cost us that amount. Traveling, sponsoring, just estimation, people buying the tickets, traveling around the counties and everything, going to the press. We think it will cost us $20,000, and that's what we're trying to look for and see what we can do. So this is where we are. This is where we are, and we're asking people. Sooner or later, we will be putting an announcement out there. We have our bank account, and there are two things. The Eula by itself is raising her own money in this effort. The guys in Europe are doing the same thing. Then we, as one unit combined, we are also raising money. So, if a chapter in Eula, like in Iowa 4 weeks ago, the chapter that gave us $2,000. last week, California gave $600, and UDA chapter now are taking the lead, making donations in this effort because they all have come to the conclusion that, look, we need money. And before I end this thing, let's say for the record, this is not the first time UDA is asking chapter or asking people for help. During the All Liberian Conference in Ghana, when we were asking the Senate representative, President Kromah and Rennie Jackson, UDA had to ask a chapter and support us to see how they could transport those people in Ghana to participate in the peace process. So this is not our first time. And we'll be asking you for help to make a donation because we are due to go to Liberia any time from now. As soon as we have the dates and time, we will be flying here, going straight to Liberia for the Liberia Town Hall meeting.
Thank you. Folks, keep the questions coming. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back to finish up the show here.
Watch yourself. Okay, once I get ready for bed. Can I keep you off?
And there's nowhere to turn. Just take it to the Lord in prayer. He will be
uniform all set up.
All right. So much for the break. Well, good evening, and once again, welcome to the Liberian Diaspora Forum Weekly Talk Show. We have come to finish our tonight show with Honorable Gaisler, President of EULA, and eminent Emmanuel Wetty, Chairman of Dual Citizenship Committee. We've been here for about 2 hours now, and so we would take our last caller, follow-up caller, that is, and then shortly after that, we'll give both men chance to do their closing remark and to also provide us with their financial institution bank account that they wish to share with the community so that we can all consider chipping in there. Since in fact this fight is, most of us fight, if not all of us. So I'll take Zizi to make his last comeback call. And Honorable Zizi, please keep it brief, and then the two men will come with their closing remark with the bank information. Honorable Zizi, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me another audience. I know Honorable Bangali talked about security, but I want to just talk a little bit about revenue, because if we're talking about dual citizenship, we want good things to come out of it. And I know I heard Honorable Whitley talking about development. But let me just make this point, and I'll be brief. The U.S. government revenue don't come from one source. It comes from different sources. And most of their revenues come from immigration. You must have now know, I'm speaking from a business point of view. I won DV. It was as a result of visa lottery that brought me in this country. The amount of money they generate from that just visa lottery is in the millions, close to billions a year. They want to get out of visa application just to come to America. More than billions worldwide. Why are we Liberians? I want to make it clear because I think things are working for us. The last time when Honorable Minister was here, Kafumba, he said the passport we have, we still owe on that passport. We never have money to pay for it. As a result, they increased the price for the passport, I think about $200. Now, today, I can tell you if you ask the Liberian embassy in Washington, D.C., they will tell you they are making thousands and thousands of dollars based on visa application. We Liberians that have renounced our citizenship and became American citizens, the amount of money the embassy is making for us, let's say making out of us, is enough to even run their day-to-day activities. But if the dual citizenship passes, that revenue will be taken away. Okay? And there's no guarantee whether the development you're talking about, where it will come from. Nobody knows. And the same struggle, again, I'll give you an example, the Nigerians are having today. So when I was not talking about passport, what I'm talking about is, if you ever went to Liberia on American passport, you know how much you pay for the visa fee. But if the dual citizenship passes, we are no longer going to pay that visa fee. We will no longer pay. What it means, the money will shift back to our poor country, to our late country. Okay? So I want us to really look at it from this perspective. Now we are going to take away revenue. Where do you think you will get the money from now to replace those fees, those visa fees? Where can you get the money from? That's a question, Honorable. You are going to take away revenue if the dual citizenship passes. And again, I told you, U.S. government is making money not just from one source, but from different sources. That visa, the visa alone, they're getting billions. A visa application to come to America, billions. Liberia, now we are getting at least thousands of dollars based on visa application. But when the dual citizenship passes, we're going to lose those revenue. Tell me, before your development, where you will get revenue from to replace those things? Are you going to shift revenue on our people in Liberia? That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Since this is a very different, delicate issue, we'll try to accommodate everyone here before we close the show. Yeah, go ahead, Honorable Whitley.
Okay. From all indications, the embassy would make 5 times or more than 5 times what they're making right now if that law passes. Now, take the Ghanaians and Sierra Leone and Nigeria, for example. They do have, the embassy will issue passport for you to register for dual citizenship. It will not just be given to you. You have to go and apply for it. So if they say the law passes, it doesn't mean that where the law is there. No. You have to go to the embassy and apply for that. And from there, the embassy will generate money. If you go on the Ghanaian website, if you go to the Sierra Leone website, if you go to the Nigerian website, you're going to see that, yeah, there's application for dual citizenship. So you will make that decision. If you want to become a dual citizen, that's fine. If you just want to keep on your American passport, that's fine. That's your choice. So there will be more money coming to the embassy than any other time in the history of the embassy. Because the embassy will be getting money from 2 sources. Those Liberians that just want to be American citizens and the other Liberians that want to have the both.
And just to add or contribute to this discussion, we cannot base on the fact that when dual citizenship is granted, I mean, the government will be losing money on one end, but if you look at the American system that you made reference to, for the past 10 years, it has been a campaign or a path to citizenship. So those immigrants who are in this country, who are permanent residents, every so often, every 6 years or so, they have to renew their green card. That's a lot of money Americans are making from there. Would they say because we're making a lot of money from green card holders who will deny them citizenship? No. Because you go and become citizen, there are other things that you'll be doing to be bringing money into the country. So they know the importance of citizenship. That's why they are converting these green card holders to becoming citizens. So they won't say, okay, every 6 years we get billions of dollars out of green card holders, so we're going to deny them citizenship. No, that's not a ground for denial of any right to anyone living in a country. So I don't want to agree with my brother that when Liberians get dual citizenship, the country will be losing so much money. You know, they'll be making, I mean, it's a win-win situation for Liberia. We have to look at it that way. It is a win-win situation for Liberia.
Thank you. 1636, 1636. Your name, where you calling from, and your question for the honorable man. Quickly, please. 1636.
Mr. Moderator, this is Abu Belate calling from Philadelphia. Thank you very much for taking my call. As we are right now, the brother that just spoke concerning the dual citizenship, if the law passes, it will take money away from the Liberian government. I don't think so. First of all, it will generate no funds. And I will be very short, and let me just refer to my case mainly. If you pass the dual citizenship, every document that people are going to apply for from the government, it will be paid for. It's not a free of charge. And again, it will make traveling more accessible to Liberians over here. So in short, it is good that we should all throw an effort behind this thing here so for this law to pass. It's good for us, and it will make the country much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment, follow up from either of you, sir?
No, I just want to say I appreciate the brother response. When this law passes, the embassy going to make more money than time because people that want to become dual citizens, they want to apply for that. Those that want to just keep the U.S. passport, they will apply for that. So there will be many ways of making money.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wale, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Just to throw light on that quickly with respect to Zeze's argument, because he keep coming back and forth with it, that Liberia will be losing, and I just want to say no, Liberia will be gaining more. If you're comparing Liberia with the United States, the United States is making more money out of visa application as compared to Liberia, I want to tell you that yes, America is making more money for visa application because America is attractive. There are a lot of people who want to come here. So when you grant dual citizenship to Liberia, a lot of Liberians outside Liberia will go back to Liberia, and Liberia will be attractive. Just look at Ghana right there. Today, let's look at it for example. How many planes land on Ghana airport as compared to Liberia? It's simply because Ghana is attractive. A lot of people coming from South Africa, people from different areas going to Ghana because Ghana has been steady. Investors steady than other people. It's attractive. Liberia is not to that level yet. Giving the leeway to all Liberian-born citizens outside to go Liberia and Liberia get attracted, the visa application fee you so much counting on, it will come from South African, American, other people who want to go there, and that same money talking about will be generated from even the embassy, not from Liberian-born, but other people because Liberia will be attracted. But Zeze is not seeing those things. You need to make a play attractive to people to go there. So we, the Liberian diaspora, want to go there, and that impediment, people are thinking about it, critically, and Zeze is not seeing it. Keep saying this thing over and over. So that's why I just want to inject in there. Liberia will get more money when the dual citizenship passes because Liberia will be more attractive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Man?
No, it's okay. It's all right.
All right. That's fine. We'll take take Father Wilson. Welcome back to the Liberian Diaspora Forum talk show. Father Wilson?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, the only point I want to make very quickly is that to say that Liberia is going to lose a lot of money, that is not true, really. I think other speakers have spoken about that. Liberia will gain a whole lot. Another advantage that Liberia will enjoy again is that it will elevate the immigration law of the country as well. It will improve our immigration system, and it will kind of make our immigration system more effective because it will increase the level. So it will open up the country, investment, stabilization, and I think about security. You know, the security I talk about is economic security, really, because if you invest in Liberia, you have interest in Liberia. You will not allow any foolish person to go to Liberia and go destroy Liberia. We don't have interest in Liberia because we want to go there and start renting other people's homes. But let's invest in our own country. And it's through the process of dual citizenship that, you know, people will start going back home and settle there, and not just running between countries, but having more interest in the country. So this thing is going to benefit us. And let's look at it from a bigger picture. It's far beyond Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She may be gone tomorrow, but it's just in the interest of us, not only those of us who are on the line tonight, but our children who are born in this country. So let's look into the future. And I think this is something that we need to talk about. It's, you know, we need to encourage, and we all need to support in the diaspora as well as in Liberia. We need to engage all the groups, the civil groups in Liberia, engage all of them, the religious institutions. It's an interfaith discussion. Let's involve the Islamic community, the Christian community. Let us talk about it. You know, it's about Liberia. It's about one Liberia. You know, the mindset we have about Liberia is that we are so divisive. When it comes to little things, we take sides. You know, I'm on the other side. This is about one Liberia, investing in this country and giving opportunity to other people as well. So dual citizenship is something that is a hot topic right now. A lot of countries are going for it. Even the United States now has dual citizenship. So this is something we need to talk about. This is something we need to embrace. And I think EULA is heading in the right direction, and we need to support EULA for that effort. And those are my final words. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Father Wilson. Honorable Zizi, everyone who's spoken after you that completely disagrees with you. That's not even the our guest on the show, your fellow Liberian. So what do you have to say? Welcome back to the show.
Well, I don't think I have much to say, but I just want to thank you and allow me to participate. I knew that it was going to be that way because I know we also voted. Maybe you have one or two who are looking at it critically, and I'm one of them. I'm just looking at it from that perspective. So, not that I'm completely against it, but I want us to look at it. I'd like to look at it again and look at it again. You know, I'm very much concerned. The revenue issue I brought in right now, and even Nigeria, Ghana, I can tell you, every citizen I spoke with, what they told me, it gave them only freeway, okay? Give them freeway. What I do as a passes, I just want to urge this forum. Let us start investing. Nobody is going to question me whether I'm American. You look at me, all in me is Liberian, okay? Even if I'm a citizen of America, I go in the street of Liberia and say, look, I'm a United States citizen. Nothing will stop me from investing in Liberia. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Wetty, President Slair, if you people have any comments to add to the last few comments that were brought up, and I suggest that now may be the best time to share the information that you wanted to share, and then after that we can take these remaining callers here, and then you make your closing remarks so we can get you out of here, if that meets your approval.
Okay, yeah, I think I will yet consider my last statement will be my closing remark. And I don't know first thing.
Well, if so, then let me clear the queue. Then let me take these two people here.
Okay. And
then you can go after that. If that's going to be your last remark. 1636. Welcome back to Liberian Diaspora Forum. Very quickly, if you don't mind.
Okay, yes, I'll be very fast. Again, this is Abu Belatin from Philadelphia. The brother that just said he disagree with our view on the dual citizenship. Really, I need more information from him. What he had just mentioned, that is not enough. That doesn't bring anything to us that are going to help the Liberians outside Liberia. And the next thing is this. the Ghanaians, the Nigerians, or the Sierra Leoneans that he's talking about, I want him to revisit their website and get more information. What the advantages and disadvantages of the benefit given to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ability. Thank you, Mr. Ability. Sia, quickly.
Hello?
Go ahead, Sia, quickly. Please
Oh,
keep it brief.
yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to state that I think you kind of single out Brother Zeze as the lone opposition on the phone.
No. I was saying the fact. I said everyone who called after him, disagrees, and that's the fact. Besides the
disagree with what?
Disagree with his position that dual citizenship will make Liberia to lose more money as opposed to everyone who called, just the callers, not even the guests. Everyone disagree with that premise. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. With respect to Liberia will lose money?
Yeah, if dual citizenship passes, then Liberia will lose revenue.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can't speak directly to that. Maybe Brother Zeze knows his mathematics more than I do, and he knows some facts that we don't know. So I can't obviously, speak to that. But I think overall, the concept of dual citizenship, for me, I don't support it. At the point I wanted to stress for the record, I don't support dual citizenship. If it passes, well, thank God, I will benefit. But as it stands, I think that more work needs to be done than just allowing the president to have unitary power to pass and grant citizenship to people, And I think that that is a dangerous precedent to set, even though Liberia as a country has experienced war over 14 years. Even the very president herself is the mastermind of the war. It's a fact. The evidence are there. She herself confessed that. So maybe anything can happen in Liberia, but we can only hope that if we want to see a new Liberia, then when we advocate dual citizenship, we can also look at other ways that we can effect change in Liberia. And one of the best things to happen to Liberia will be the TRC implementation. While it's true I do not fault ULA for not advocating on behalf of the implementation of the TRC report. ULA has its own politics. I'm part of ULA, but distance myself from the whole concept of dual citizenship. But I'm promoting implementation of TRC. So I just want the record to be clear. But thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Brother Sia. Honorable Wetty, President Slay, the floor is yours for your closing remark, and in the process, if you care to address some of the last concerns that came up, that would be great.
Mr. Moderator, thank you very much for the time that you have provided us this time, the last time, and everything, and the kind of support that we get. And want to say thank to our audience for the participation and for the support that we are getting. Also, I want to say thank to President Gisler for his initiative and his vision on this issue. Coming back to what the brother just said, that his passion is TRC report, we just want to report to you that the TRC report itself supports dual citizenship. At the conference that President Cassidy attended, if you look at the resolution from the TRC report, it put its signature on dual citizenship. So I just want to bring that for the record. It's one conference that was held in Liberia that passed a resolution to support dual citizenship. So I just want to bring that for the record. We just want to say thank you to everybody. We ask for your blessing. We ask for your financial support. We ask for your moral support. We are preparing to go to Liberia to discuss the issue, and any help that you can give us, we appreciate. In the next coming week, we will be sending information out on how you can make your donation, to the conference. You can make those of you that are in your respective chapter, that will be calling upon the chapter to help out. And in the general public, we'll be asking people to make a donation to this whole thing. We want to say thank you very much. Just as you supported us for the DC conference, we're asking for your support for the Liberian conference. So thank you very much. Check the internet, and we'll be passing information up. But before I end again, I want to say thank you all for your support. This thing is not an event, it's a process, and we're hoping that one day we all will benefit from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Slay.
Okay, before I give my thank you closing remarks, I just wanted to mention real quickly to our brother who spoke and mentioned that he is a Liberian and he can go to, though he is an American citizen, but he can go to Liberia and nobody can look at him and he can say he talk as a Liberian, and as a Liberian he will have whatever we want to have there, which is true, but let him be mindful that brothers are turning against brothers. You know, your brother in Liberia down there know that you're an American citizen. You go back over there tomorrow and we have another leader in office who will come down high on folks who are American citizens. Your brother can turn you in and say, oh, this man is not a Liberian. And when they dig and find out, you can lose all your investment just like that. The Constitution will back that effort. So this is why I now want to be proactive instead of waiting till someone become a victim before we start to fight for it. Yeah, those who are Liberian and became citizens, they can go back to their respective counties. Their family got land, their forefather got land. They can go and claim it, but they put development on there that start to boom. Somebody can come and say, hey, this man is XYZ, and they can go after you, and they can get you. They can nail you. I just want to say thank you to everyone. The Honorable Senior, we respect your view. We respect the view of everyone who came on here today. An issue that you take on is not decided on forum like this. It's not decided by just friend calling friend. We go to assembly. You have an annual assembly. We go to this assembly and we bring out this issue. And the General Assembly gave the administration the mandate to attack certain issues. You know, this particular issue was brought back to light when we met in Atlanta at the 34th Assembly in Atlanta. That's when it was agreed that we should take on the dual citizenship again under the Cassidy administration. That's how we started. So any issue that ULA is undertaking is not decided by just one or two persons. It's decided by the General Assembly, where we meet once a year. All 19 chapters of the union come together from Boston, Massachusetts to Sacramento, California. We all meet and we decide which major national issue we should undertake. That's how things work in a union. But I just want to say thanks to everyone for your view on here. It's respected. You know, we know any issue that come up, we're not going to have 100% support. And we respect those who oppose that even give us even more idea and more strength, you know, and talk how to address the issue once we get to the other side as well. I want to say thank you to all of you. As Eminent said earlier, we have two accounts. The national dual citizenship effort, they just established their own account. And EULA also will be sending its own delegate. EULA has its own account. If anyone wants to make contribution to EULA own account where we will be sending our delegate to Liberia, I want to give you EULA checking account number, Bank of America in Philadelphia. And you can make your deposit to this account number, 383-002-797-135. That's EULA's checking account number in Philadelphia. You can make a deposit there, and that will be going straight to EULA dual citizenship effort. They have the coalition effort. They have an account. The Eminent told you that account number will be made public next week, and then those who want to contribute to that can do that as well. But we encourage you to support both efforts. You know, we need a fund to send our men to Monrovia by the end of this month. The Eminent and other individuals will be going from here to advocate on our behalf, and subsequently I should be following too as well. All of these things need money. The money is not to bribe anybody. The money will be to go and educate our Liberian people. The money will go and be to transfer our guests over there, to get on a radio talk show in Monrovia, to go in the newspaper. All of these things need money. So the money we are collecting, it will be accounted for, and that's what we're going to be using the money for. So again, I want to say thank you to this forum for always giving us the audience to come and air out and hear different views, which is, I think, is democratic, and we appreciate everybody who comes on here tonight. Again, we say thank you, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Well, folks, on behalf of myself, the Liberian Diaspora Forum team, I want to thank each and everyone. Please do join us same time next week, same place, and same numbers when we shall host what is a Liberian Coalition for Justice. And the week after that, we'll be hosting Sister Mawata Kamara, who is working seriously to bring DNA testing to Liberia. For now, we will end tonight's show here, and wish everyone a good night. If you have to drive somewhere, safe drive to wherever you have to go. Good night. Bye.